Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome one and all for the final week of the NACL summer regular season. I could not be more excited, and we still have so many stakes to go through. We might have to go ahead and fire up the barbecue. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Hawk, and it's good to be here. The stakes could never be higher. Yeah. And I do believe that we're going to be getting right into things here, Hawk. So I think we're going to be getting over to our Game Face interview there with Colomer that you're going to be talking to. So let's go ahead and see. But I do hear that unfortunately we are having some technical difficulties with your microphone. But hopefully we'll be getting that going here very shortly. But man, it's going to be a fun one. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, hopefully I'm audible now. Okay, we're ready.
Awesome.
Cool.
We're good to go. All right, go ahead and have your interview, man.
Let's get Colomer in here. Gonna be great to have him. Oh man, you know it, you love it. The coach of Ole Miss. Brandon, your boys are one, not series win, game win away from keeping your promise of qualifying for the playoffs. Tell me a little bit about how the team is feeling today.
Pretty good. I think at the beginning of the split, I know that a lot of people had us like pretty low for our group, and you know, we were assuming that we were going to make LCQs, and I think that we've set our sights a bit higher. You know, obviously it's a long road and there's a lot of good teams in the league and everyone can beat anyone, but you know, we're hoping to secure playoffs this week, hopefully keep the 2 seed, and try to make a run for LCS promotion tournament at the end of playoffs. So feeling good though.
Yeah, I love to hear it. Everyone got their sights set on that prize. Obviously, maybe a bit of a bump in the road for this specific week on your way to getting to playoffs. Maybe some behavior checks, some roster changes. Just tell me a little bit about having Will and Retrozing come in and what they add to the squad.
Yeah, Billy and Griffin aren't going to be playing today, so we have Will and Retrozing filling in. We're really lucky. We've actually been playing against Will a lot in scrim, so he's in form, and obviously Retro as well on CCG substitute roster. So thank you to them for allowing him to play. You know, we got really lucky that we have 2 NACL caliber players. I think Will and Retro could start on quite a few teams in the league already. So you know, they're both great players, and you know, we're going to try to accommodate the best we can, make things easy for them, and we're pretty confident in their skill set and our ability to, you know, play a good series today. So
yeah, you know, as a tier 3 fan, I was happy to see Retro on AMI last split, so I'm glad he gets a rep on your squad now to keep him going, and obviously great to see Will as well. But regarding the competition you're facing today, some familiar faces on the opposite side. One you're very familiar with, Mobility in the bottom lane, but all of Cupid. How are you feeling going into this matchup? What do they bring to the table? 2 fastest teams in the league between you and them.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty aggressive. I think they're not beatable by any means. I mean, I think even against NRG, like we saw that, you know, they're a very good team. They have like they have a really low high floor. Sorry, not low floor. and they will punish you if you make mistakes. So a lot of it is kind of similar stuff to what I've been talking about also with my guys, of just trying to make sure that we're being consistent, make sure that we're not like overstepping our boundaries and fighting down numbers and stuff like that. Obviously it'll be a bit of a challenge because we only have so much time to acclimate 2 new players, but we welcome the challenge, and I'm sure that this won't be the only time we play against them this split. So
I love it. Well, welcome the challenge. Bring him on. Colomer, before I let you go and let you prepare for the draft, anything else you wanted to say to the fans?
No, thanks for all the support for everyone. It's been nice seeing so much support throughout this whole split so far. I know my players have really appreciated all the love that they've gotten, so we'll continue trying to make our fans proud and hopefully get some series wins this week, and hopefully for the first official play as Ole Miss and NACL playoff series as well. So thanks to everyone.
Awesome. Always a pleasure watching Ole Miss. I'm sure you all killed it on the Rift today up against Cupid, but we can bring Mazel back in for now to finish out the rest of the pre-show.
Bye, Colomer.
It's always great to hear from Colomer.
I was hoping you would ask him my question I typed to you in all caps in our chat. I wanted to know if he's going to pick Azir randomly today for his players. That if you know, good luck, Colomer. But also in this series, good luck trying to seal the deal for Ole Miss. I think that's the most important thing here today as well. But before we get going to that, I know we do have to take a little bit of a look back, as we're going to go through the weekly recap from just last week.
What's going on, chat? My name is Beatdown Boulevard, and this is your recap of Summer NACL Week 4. Our first day of games started with the long-anticipated clash between our top teams CPD and NRG, with NRG cementing themselves as the regular split titans yet again. Soon we'll find out if that holds off into the playoffs as well. Next up, our spring champions, Conviction Esports, with the late addition of Perry, finally win their first match, which is hopefully the start of an upwards trend. And lastly, the constantly underrated, underestimated, and underappreciated Dorado Gaming have won yet another match, which is putting them at second in Group B and third in the overall standings. I think it's time we stop considering them underdogs. Considering pre-split expectations, the standings are not quite what we expected, but we still have one final week of gameplay, and as always, there is plenty of room to move, so you won't want to miss Week 5. Thanks for watching this week's recap, brought to you by Philips Norelco. Be sure to follow us on Twitter at WatchNACL and tune in to catch the games on twitch.tv/NACL. We'll see you there.
Shout out to Beatdown for the weekly recap from last week, and it was a doozy, but we're hoping for even more this week. It's a final week of the regular season, last chance qualifiers there on Friday, and it's going to be a lot for both of these sides of the bracket, at least. So we take a look at the standings here in Group A and Group B.
Yeah, and lots of implications today. We got Ole Miss playing, we've got Conviction playing, we've got CCG playing, all of which have big control over their own destiny. Maryville and Ole Miss each only need to win one game, not series, one game, to make the playoffs and to send Conviction to the last chance qualifier. And for Conviction, they need to 2-0 if they are going to keep their hopes alive. But CCG wants to prevent that because they're fighting for their own LCQ lives, being down at the bottom of Group B. And of course, Cupid, they're already in playoffs, but I'm sure they'd love to pick up a win over Ole Miss.
Indeed, and we're going to be taking a look at our couple teams that are going to be kicking us off today, and we have two very different matchups, it feels like, on the board. We have some highs and lows today between the two, but this first one should be a lot of fun. We have Cupid taking on Ole Miss, as Colomer was alluding to, and you guys were talking a little bit about the prep coming into it with the roster changes as well. But if we could go ahead and talk about Cupid here first and foremost, to stick with some regularity at least. This team has shown up big time, and especially being able to have these kind of lockdown wins. I mean, they've already secured themselves into the playoffs. They don't have to worry about the last chance qualifier, but they are looking to end on a high note. Yeah,
they definitely are, especially after what was a pretty swift and dominant 2-0 from NRG last week. You know, going into the week, I was in the camp that I felt like Cupid had been the best team in the league, and NRG very quickly flipped those expectations on their head, and credit to NRG, who is definitely looking like the strongest team. But Cupid, I think they're just going to look to bounce back and really prove that they're still a strong team heading into playoffs. I think they ran into the other best team in the league, so not too much concerns for me from them. But a team that likes to play through their mid jungle, a Blaze Olive Music, they've been having great splits, but they were shut down last week. We'll see how they do against this new Ole Miss mid jungle.
They were indeed. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at that roster, because this is where the craziness starts to unfold a little bit. Obviously, the blank spaces, had to get a quick turnaround here. But it will be Will and RetroZing coming in. A lot of question marks. I know I've always been a big fan, a little bit biased towards Will and some of the growth we've seen from him on stage in Tier 2. It's nice to see him back, at least for a short stint here. But I do think, as Colin was saying, we know that Will has been extremely active, and being able to have two guys that are NACL quality, like he was saying, it's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, and definitely, and like you said, it's so great to see Will and Retro playing again, but I do want to set realistic expectations that they're playing against one of the best teams in the league, and while I think Will and RetroZing are solid players, I think Griffin and Bradley have, by and large, been two of the strongest players. Bradley in particular is just such a massive carry for this Ole Miss squad, so I think they're going to have their work cut out for them a little bit, Lennon. I do think this is going to be a harder series for Ole Miss than they may have preferred if they had their entire starting five, but they're dealing with the hand that they've dealt. They have brought in two really strong players to fill the gaps, and I mean, who knows? We have shown that Cupid is mortal, getting 2-0'd last week, and the guy on the right side of your screen right now, Array, is the kind of guy that can do it, going band for band with mobility in the bottom lane.
That's going to be a very fun matchup, and one that we've actually seen a decent amount throughout their trajectories. Obviously, mobility having made the big change, finally separating himself from the wings of the Eagles and finding wings of another kind, I guess, here in this split. And it's been really curious to see his growth in some regards, but also see some of the fluctuations like we saw last week against NRG. So against Array, it's going to have some consistent performances, and both these guys going to be looking to be late game team carries.
Yeah, and I mean, they're just both so incredibly consistent. To me, mobility a little bit more lane dominant compared to Array, who I feel like is just such a consistent late game carry. But I think both these guys have really shown that they're able to get things done at all stages of the game. And I think for mobility in particular, a big mark of his growth has been able to translate some of the early advantages into team fight success, not getting caught out, not dying as much. I do think, he was in a difficult situation against NRG specifically. But here, again, against Ole Miss, I'm expecting him to be able to bounce back. And I do want to throw out just a little nugget here, too. I'm wondering, either GOL.GG or RKDA numbers are a little bit outdated, because for me, Array is sitting at number 3 overall in the entire league and number 1 amongst 80 carries. I think mobility dropping a little bit after the NRG series. So pretty cool to see that he is just staying so consistently safe and able to get work done for his team.
Yeah, and I do wonder what kind of resources are going to be given, especially in draft tonight, because we have seen a lot of flexibility and versatility in the bot lane here as well. But, going to that fact, I think the other side of the coin is the other people in the lane alongside them, and a lot of impact that's going to be coming out of that support role. And I'm very, very curious at what version of this bot lane we get, because obviously we've been seeing so many engaged supports. It's like majority of what NACL players are playing right now, it feels like. But
yeah,
is that going to provide that leverage, especially for looking at Ole Miss a little bit more and putting a little bit more weight on their shoulders? Is that going to provide the leverage to really get these newer additions off the ground running and feeling comfortable in this series?
Well, and again, a reminder that Bounty was one of the big moves of the offseason here in the NACL. Yeah. I think him going to Ole Miss really bolstering a potential weakness that they may have had. And he's been so good for them. He's really leaned into this crazy style. Again, I kind of alluded to it in the Collimer interview, but these are the two fastest teams in the league with the two biggest goal differentials at 15 minutes in the league on average, with Cupid at number 1 in both categories and Ole Miss just hot on their heels in number 2. And I think Bounty has really leaned into that. He can be a little too crazy at times, but most of the time he's exactly where his team needs him to be, getting fights started, leading the charge. And I 100% agree with you. I think especially when you're playing with a new mid jungle, oftentimes it's those two and the support that form that trio of playmaking in the early stages of the game. I want to see if Bounty can be a leader and really help slot these two guys into the Ole Miss game plan.
That's just how the sausage is made in current League of Legends, and it's what you see all the best teams doing. I think that efficiency is going to be very interesting to kind of keep an eye out. We're getting a little bit closer to draft, at least. Has there been anything that you've really been liking or focused on, at least in the current drafts of NACL coming off of last week, and especially the meta in general?
Yeah, it's interesting how the meta has evolved in the NACL. I think specifically revolving around the bottom lane meta, because I feel like we've been, at least in North America, I include the LCS in this too, I feel like Mage's bottom have been mixed in terms of success really across the league. A lot of guys know how to play Ziggs, but the rest of the mages haven't been so great. And I think things like the Poppy, Camille, and then you factor in like Lee Sin, that triangle of champions in the jungle has been really interesting. I really think Lee Sin is absurdly OP. We have seen some insane pop-off performances. Like, I'm really surprised to not see this picked, as it looks like we're already a little bit of the ways into the draft here. Yeah,
we're doggy paddling at this point. Ole Miss on that blue side gonna have the Ezreal, a extremely powerful pick. The Syndra as well. I'm just gonna say, a little biased. Got to see BLG whip out this combo in game 1 last night of their series, and they absolutely dominated. We'll see if we can see the essence of some LPL between Array and Retro Zing. But on the other side, very heavy lockdown, some serious carry power there as well for Cupid, as they have the Jace, they have the Vi for the lockdown, and they also got the lock. But we get the Shyvana locked in here. Could be going to Will for his first game here with Ole Miss.
Yeah, the Shyvana, this is a little bit different. If I'm not mistaken, I think Griffin busted this one out against my team in the LCS, and it did stuff. We almost beat them, but it was an interesting champion to see. Really good skirmish power, especially in the mid game. A lot of ability to keep up with the Vi and the 1v1 at all stages of the game, which is the biggest reason to go for the Shyvana. You can just kind of control the map and not really give Vi good angles to go for unless she's able to bring a numbers advantage. And I think especially against something like a lock that's trying to dive in, something just that little bit tankier that can really deal back a lot of damage is pretty cool.
And now we're in the second phase of bans. We already see the Lucian banned away by Ole Miss, so really focusing down on that bot lane pool. Could potentially see some supportal focus there too from them. Speaking of supportal focus, Cupid are going to ban away the Bard for the setup tool and the peel tool against this comp.
Yeah, Bard, I feel like has been falling off in Prio a little bit as some of these other supports have gone up. Again, Camille, Shen, Nautilus, Leona. It's somewhat surprising to me that we've not seen this Nautilus, Leona, Nautilus, Rel sort of handshake go through. I wouldn't be surprised if Cupid did. Well, actually, rather, no, it's Ole Miss that has the second pick, I think. So they probably want to leave both those open. That way they can't go for the counter, unless you wanted to ban the Nautilus yourself. But okay, they're just going to go take out the Ezreal Karma, which I think also makes a lot of sense.
And Ole Miss going to be teeing up for a counter pick here. See what they want to save it for. Does it look like it's going to be for the top lane, just in case we maybe look at a little bit of flexibility with the lock and potentially the Jace as well. The Leona does provide that very, very good team fight utility, and that is exactly what Ole Miss are drafting for.
Yeah, pretty compass too. They don't have a pure tank, but just a couple of champions that really like to get out in front. I think traditional counters to Leona. Alistair makes sense. Rakan makes sense. A little bit more of an old school pick if you wanted to go for it, but Breezy just gonna pick up the cow, and I'm expecting this Jace to go into the top lane, but now you do get this bot lane counter pick, right? We talked about mobility Breezy versus Array and Bounty in the bottom lane on our Phillips Norelco head to head. What do you have here, Cupid, such that you can generate a 2v2 advantage against this Ezreal Leona? Because clearly this is an avenue that Cupid is going to want to play through in this series.
All right, it's going to be the Sivir locked in, so things were right as rain with the positionings. The only swap they need to do is going to be that bottom lane. But now it's Will who could be looking for anything. We could see Shyvana be a little flexible. I expect Shyvana to be going to Will and see what exactly Ariana wants to be able to grab into this top lane Jace, because there's a lot of options he could take that could be powerful into that comp.
Yeah, I'm expecting a Bessa here. Wow, he is going to go Aatrox. I mean, it's a very short range composition here for Cupid, and we've seen a few games now in this NACL series where the Aatrox has gotten busted out against these like Sivir and Friends compositions and really feasted down, and now they still have some time to swap. Is this going to be Shyvana top, Aatrox jungle, Lennon?
There might be. There's always the possibility. And also the fact that we haven't seen Ariana play the World Ender just yet this split. It does look like we're getting a little bit down to the wire here when
we
the
sure have
swaps
heck
come
has not
through.
seen him play the
does,
Shiv.
Yeah, we have not. Yeah, that is very true. It does look like it will be the case. So it's going to be Aatrox jungle for Will. It's going to be the Shyvana top lane into the Jace.
It's just so interesting. I mean, I definitely do think I have no idea how Shyvana into Jace goes, but Aatrox against Jace can really suffer until you start getting a lot of points in that queue to really reduce the cooldown and try to pressure the Jace's positioning, but the spacing can be difficult. So I definitely see the angle here for slotting the Aatrox into this composition, but Ariana on the Shyvana. I mean, again, I was thinking Shyvana was going jungle. Ariana, he's played Ambessa every game he's had the ability to so far this split, and it's a pretty decent matchup into the Jace. So this is definitely an adaptation here from Ole Miss. Really cool to see Will getting given the keys to a carry the first game he slots into this team on the World Ender. Definitely looking at this Ole Miss top side to be the engine for this game.
Well, it's game one of our final series of the final week here in the regular season of an ACL Summer Split, the most important split of the year for our league. And should be a fun one for this first one to kick off. I was doing a little digging, not going to lie, Hawk. The numbers, what do they mean? We can always say that, right? Hold that dear with you when I say this next part. The win rate, at least at the lower levels of the rung, in terms of like Emerald, Diamond, is not great for the Shyvana in lane. But we'll see. Maybe, at the next level, it changes it up a little bit.
How many games have Shyvana been played top?
I think it's like between 160 and 170. Oh, it's 164.
So not very many.
Not that many.
Okay.
And again, that's also very low on the totem pole compared to where these guys are playing at in Grandmaster and Challenger. So,
yeah. This is definitely a weird one, Lennon. And I'm very intrigued to see what happens. Also, speaking of intrigued, I mean, we hardly even talked about this lock. I feel like since the nerfs in the last patch, it's fallen off in prio a little bit. It's still been seeing some bans, a couple of picks here and there, but ABO slammed that one down pretty confidently into the Syndra for Retro, and I think he's really the one that's looking for the biggest bounce back series today. Him and Music were just so thoroughly kept down.
My God! Speaking of counter pick, Ariana outplays him solo bolo in the top lane.
Yo? My Shyvana has first blood? What? And, I mean, Hoarder lost Flash, too. He died to the one empowered auto with the grasp. That is... What?
Would love if we could potentially look back into that one and see a little bit more of the trade up there, because that's extremely important for how this matchup ends up going. We did see RetroZing lose his Flash in mid lane. That can absolutely be punished. And I want to go back to the point you were talking about the lock and not talking about too much. The thing is, this lock can always have resets, and that's always a threat, and they always have that carry potential. And if you look at the comp, right, they have that single target focus that can really get those resets going for them. So I'm looking for that to at least be the case for Cupid.
Yeah, and the nice thing is that Ole Miss, they have a lot of champions that create space for themselves, but outside of this Leona, not a lot of great single target lockdown. And Locke doesn't care too much about the space creation because of those resets that you talked about. He's got the blink, he's got the dash, he's got the big ultimate slow. He's got a lot of abilities that help him close that gap. It's really just when he gets CC'd that he's in danger. So I do agree with you. We can get another replay.
We get to take a look. I think Hoarder just disrespected the damage.
Yeah, Ariana just stat checked him.
He didn't proc the Conqueror there either. Or like he procced it, but it wasn't able to get full value out of it too much. And yeah, disrespected the mobility, the movement speed.
Yeah.
Easy does it.
I also think Hoarder just didn't expect one auto to kill him from that HP too. Like the Empower plus the Grasp was just enough.
Meanwhile, that Flash I was talking about getting punished immediately. So the Ignite, oh my God, dubstep Ignite, why not? Ablaze Olive gets the kill back for Cupid.
That was really nicely done by the mid jungle of Cupid. ABO able to pick that one up with the dubstep Ignite. And this lock is really going to be off to the races in the game. Retro down a level, down a couple of waves. That's a lot of creeps he's going to lose. And as I was saying previous, this Cupid team is one that loves to play from mid to sides. And They were not able to do that against NRG. They want to get that ball rolling early here.
And it's one of those things where we already talked about it. Cupid are guaranteed to go to the playoffs. You want to end on the high note. That's what we were talking about before we even got in the series. Going out on a couple losses is not going to feel all that great for the momentum going into those playoffs. But if you end on a win, and especially a little bit of a comeback from last week for Cupid, it could be ending on that high note. And for Ole Miss, it's an incredibly important series. Being able to lock in the playoffs is in their eyes now, even with the substitutions coming in.
Yeah, I mean, Ole Miss is, in theory, going to have 4 chances to win 1 game to lock up a playoff spot. I think we'll see if they can do it here against Cupid with the sub squad. They got Dorado tomorrow. So definitely, I would say they're in prime position to do it, but they've got to do it.
They do. There's going to be a little bit of midnight lane play as Bounty actually tries to deny the re-entrance of the fight to Cupid, and a nice scat of the week resets the aggro. Ole Miss are turning. Ole Miss are looking. The flash comes out. He's not going to get knocked away there as well. Music barely survives. Breezy just did a Herculean effort, but he will fall to martyrdom. That'll be a kill back to Ole Miss.
And there's Aatrox value. Will hit a big Q3 in that fight, and a really good counterpunch from Ole Miss as Cupid, they went deep onto Retro, but just couldn't really kill him.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. I love that we're getting all kinds of hustling around the mid lane. It's been 3v3s now multiple times. We've had multiple visits, and we're looking at potential objectives coming through here. It will be the Dragon already up. 2 minutes for the Grubs as well. But we are getting actually a reset coming through from Will to try to spend out a little bit and come back out on the map.
Yeah, I think not starting Dragon there is the correct play. Health bars were a little low. Death timer still short. Ole Miss was able to establish full control of the river down on the bottom side to potentially put themselves in a good spot to play for this Drake. But of course, Will's on the Aatrox, man. He got himself a kill. He's the carry of this game against this short-range composition. So I think going and farming his topside camps is completely reasonable. We're going to get a semi-swap here as it is the Leona making her own top lane. They're looking for a dive onto Hoarder, who does not yet have flash, nor does he have backup from his team.
I really want to set this one up. Hoarder's going to step back in the lane. He doesn't know what's coming for him. Doesn't have vision there as well. Hoarder all of a sudden gets the Dragon descent coming through from Ariana, and the CC is just too deep. But Ariana, he's not going to go down. He's a Dragon after all. Stand tall, brother.
First item Ninja Tabby's worth Ariana. Oh, man. And the kill goes to the right place again. I mean, yeah, you might want to get that one on your top laner, but I think getting that for this Aatrox is just so big. He can carry this game so hard. I do want to give Cupid credit. This is a really intelligent swap. Preempting the swap, I think Hoarder knew that the dive could have been imminent. So they're not going to drop any waves at the very least off the back of this, but still, it's gold into the right places for the Land Sharks.
Ooh, trying to go for a little engage. Gets knocked back. Really good timing from Retrozing there. And we're looking back out onto the map. Still really no Dragon focus, which is a bit shocking for both these two teams because it does feel like there's been some opportunities to make movements down there. But now we have the more important thing where all teams are setting up for it. We're even going to walk from Hoarder for the Grubs spawning in 10.
Yeah, and I'm expecting a fight around this one. No first items completed for anyone just yet. Even Will with his couple of kills, still sitting on the Tunneler and the Ruby Crystal. Lines of scrimmage being drawn right now. Cupid looked like they wanted a fast play, but they're going to send Hoarder back down bottom. He does have teleport, as does Ariana. And both these teams really want to be first to the play. Cupid, a lot of single target lockdown in their composition.
And that's exactly what they want. They want to get a Blaze Olive popping off on this lock. They do not feel confident to keep going for the Grubs. It was a bit of a tug of war there in the pit. As Ole Miss were the ones that started it up, let it releash, and now they will be the ones to finish the job. All 3 Grubs will go their way.
Yeah, I think this play makes sense from both sides. Ole Miss investing the teleport from Ariana. I think Cupid is just going to be pretty happy to say, okay, we're going to be able to deny a wave or so from the Shyvana. We're going to be able to get a little bit of extra gold on our Jace and just make sure our scaling carries, our Sivir, our Jace, are able to get some items. This lock also not really doing much damage at this point, going for first item Merc Tread, so I think Cupid recognizing that the fight conditions aren't really there once Ole Miss wanted to contribute 5 members to the play.
Still, jury's out on this Shyvana. I'm excited to see what it does in the mid to late games as well, because we all know and have seen what the Jace can do, as the poke will just be coming for the weaker members, and there are a decent amount of squishies to target on the side of Ole Miss. But the utility of the Dragon's Descent, the fear, the CC chaining, and as well as all the damage that's going to be coming out, can feel pretty good for the setup for Ole Miss around any team fight. So that's what I want to talk about a little bit next, is that betterment of team fights that we know is coming, where both sides have kind of drafted for that.
There's going to be that dragon focus that you wanted, Lennon. This Cupid, this is a nearly 10-minute first Drake, and I think it's going to be dropped again. I think Will and the rest of Ole Miss just going to be content to continue cycling their camps, getting gold in the right places, and this game very much sitting in the balance. Despite the kill advantage for the Land Sharks, the gold is more or less completely even. We'll see what the counterpunch is top side. Will making his walk, Hoarders respecting it.
I do love the positioning that Will's been willing to go for on this Aatrox. Obviously not something we see all the time. It has made its appearance occasionally. It does have still that extreme team fighting aspect that we know Aatrox is to have. And Ole Miss going to be looking to use that one with their newer members. As, still, even at the strong start for Will, I'm going to hold my breath just in case, but it's a pretty good sub situation so far. I think Caliber was pretty on the money when he was saying it's nice to have a couple of ACL team players or Caliber players rather, be able to come in and play for us.
Yeah, I definitely think it's fair to say that ABO has gotten the better of Retro, but I do agree. I think Will is really having a nice game. He's looking very coordinated with this team, which is really impressive. Like the way they've been able to set up some of these dives. Yeah. It's pretty nice stuff here from Ole Miss, and he's the first one on his team to a completed item. Music, the only one matching on the other side, getting those Sundered Skies. And I don't know, man. I'm still just waiting for that first big fight. We've seen one play where Cupid really kind of sold out to try to make a dive happen, make an aggressive look. It didn't work, and I think they've adjusted their game plan since then.
I think it's a decent amount of respect being given, and for both teams. Oh, we get the flash play. That was Bounty trying to look for it with the Solar Flare and the flash combo. Blaze Olive will burn his flash, so that's punishable.
Yeah, pretty nice find there from Bounty in the River. To be honest with you, I don't really know if I favor the Leona for Lock Flash for Flash, but Bounty does have the Hex Flash. He's probably got the Cosmic Insight too, so I'm sure he's not too pressed about it.
Hex Flash is an amazing tool to be used. It's pretty calm and steady game so far, and that we can maybe spend a little bit more time talking about these matchups where we really wanted to focus on the bot lane. I know we were highlighting that as well. Very quiet for both of them, but that's where that conversation of what happens on 2-3 items really comes to bear for these two guys, and I think they will have a lot of team fight aspect. That exactly what we were talking about before we got into the match.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I do think, oh, here we go.
We got some action. I'm desperate. Porter is a little bit desperate to escape. He's trying to get out of the dragon's lair, and he does make it away.
Hey, that's a level 11 Shyvana Lennon. Oh, okay.
Big
Porter shouldn't walk up in lane like that, I guess. I don't know. That's rough. Had to complete the Youmu's, but just doesn't do any damage to Ariana, who went for some early armor. But to your point, I do think it's interesting that Mobility and Array completely even in farm, 0 kill participation, but Mobility has been a first to a lot of these waves, and he's had a lot of push, so he's actually up gold, mostly off of tower plates, I'm assuming. And it does mean that Cupid is nursing a small lead.
Lots of plates going over. But we do have the reassignment of lanes now, even with the turrets not following, just getting these quests completed and get out of their lane assignments. We will have the ADCs back in mid lane, as Breezy's actually hovering over a Blaze Olive just to make sure the wave is okay. We actually have 3 members of Ole Miss down here too. So we knew where both teams were kind of focusing on, and there is going to be the attempted engage onto a flashless of Blaze Olive, but won't be anything of it. And this whole time, Music should have been free clearing his top side, so going to continue to bolster a little bit of that CS advantage he's gotten in the jungle. That's Unbreakable down.
Yeah, that Aatrox is pretty strong, man. That was a lot of damage. I think Breezy not really expecting that. The level 7 Alistar. I don't know if they knew Will was there. Regardless, does mean ABO going to be temporarily alone in this lane. I don't think there's a dive to be had. Again, I think we're just going to be farming. I'm looking at this dragon. 45 seconds away. You're not going to have flash dragon on the Lock nor the Leona. First item spikes have come through on basically everybody. We're missing it on mid laners and also Ariana. Some of these guys stopped off for tier 2 boots. And okay, there's going to be the Lichbane. So I do like the spike here for Cupid, but you got that super strong Aatrox and a Trinity Force Ezreal to deal with.
Little bit of an XP advantage. About a level up is Music. That could come back to bite Will. We'll see if it does in the long term. It did get TP on bot side. If we could go there now, there's going to be a bit of a play here as Ariana has found the angle. There was a deep ward with that control ward they had placed earlier, and Horda will just be completely caught out. And for a third time in the game, he will fall. Ariana claims his life.
Ariana just having, Hoarder having a tough time in this game. Ariana, he's going crazy, man. I mean, the Shyvana pick working out so well. Didn't exactly see the setup to that play. I do like Cupid immediately pivoting to the cross map, knowing that the Herald is also up on this Dragon timer. So I guess, again, both teams just going to avoid fighting.
Blaze Olive has to use the dash there, the blink. The Rift Herald will automatically go down. Yeah, if they overextended a little bit more, Cupid could have turned the play. They still do have all their ultis available. That'll be a nice separation of the neutral objectives, and specifically a little bit of a play onto a Blaze Olive again. They know he doesn't have flash, and they punish him instantaneously. Will goes on a killing spree on his Aatrox jungle, baby.
And I really am loving this game that Bounty is playing. That was just so well found. Second time he's tried to attack ABO without the flash. Is very opportunistic gameplay from the support of the Land Sharks, and it's going to pay them out as really the initial play was just the kill bottom for the Herald, and it's actually Hoarder that manages to get the tower first with the counter TP, but Ole Miss being able to find that second kill does give them some nice stuff. I have no idea how that Zenith Blade hit, by the way, but I think ABO was dead regardless.
Yeah, there was a lot of heat coming his way. As speaking of, a little bit of heat coming Hoarder's way again. Be really careful with how far down he's starting to go. It could be a little bit of a slippery slope there, even if the gold lead isn't that far out from him. Speaking of far out gold leads, though, mid lane getting about 1,000 gold up for a Blaze Olive over Retrozing, and Dragon, number 2 of the game at 17 minutes, started up and taken by Ole Miss.
Herald summon mid. We'll see how aggressive Cupid wants to be here. Ole Miss is a little down tempo right now.
That's the turret down. A decent amount of gold. They could, I guess, transition up towards top side of the map, but looks like they'll just take the gold they can get and get away, get some potential resets coming through, and hold on to that 1,000 gold lead.
I'm really loving the chess match between these teams, man. I mean, both of them. Colimer talked about in the interview, you know, and we've heard it multiple times. Ole Miss, they're really working on not over-fighting, right? Just being smart, playing together, and I think they're doing that very nicely in this game. I think the question for them does still remain, how does it translate later on into the game is always the question I have for them, but at least early with the sub-squad, I mean, I'm very impressed.
I'll just say, though, Macro coming out big for Cupid. They just took all 3 turrets there in a little progression, moving towards mid and then going towards that topside turret and leveraging some of the pressure that was released by Ole Miss. Now, on the renewed aspect of it, Cupid looking out onto the map with about a 1.6k lead, but it is about where Music goes, because Music is the primary engage. You have Breezy, he can also find those angles as well, but being able to lock down that cease and assist is something we've been talking about the entire game. We haven't seen the big combos come out, but I do feel it bubble into the surface here, Hawk.
And to echo your previous point, this Cupid bottom lane, it might sound silly because they're combined 0-1 and 0 at 18.5 minutes, but I think they're the unsung MVPs of this game. Mobility has had so much push on Array's Ezreal that it's allowed so much ability for Breezy to just take space on the map and give Cupid really good information to make these cross maps. And I think that has actually been extremely important for how Cupid has played the game, because Ole Miss, I think they've taken really nice fights. They've found some really creative timers, but Cupid has every single time just had the answer of like, okay, just go to this wave, get gold, get tower. Like, just play the wave, just play the wave. We don't even have to fight. And I think a lot of that comes down to the pressure that their bot lane has been able to generate.
Agreed. And it's all going to come to a head because that's when they're going to have to really show up in these team fights. We did see a little bit of payback time for Ole Miss as they do take down an outer turret down there. That'll be their first turret of game. Able to chunk back a tiny bit of that advantage. We will have Baron up in about 30 seconds or so, but that's not even going to be close to being started by either team until we get further on in the game, get a couple more items for these ADCs. But taking stock of the game state here, Cupid does feel like they're in a bit of the driver's position, but both teams have that scaling we talked about, have a lot of team fights, so it's not like Ole Miss are out of any conversation just yet in this game.
And as the map opens up, that's where these two dive comps can find better angles. So this is really the stage of the game where I'm looking at things to maybe start exploding. It's going to be Ole Miss first move to top lane, not matched by Cupid yet. As I say that, though, Breezy and Mobility
Look at
on
this
the
angle.
move.
Look at this angle. Dude, Breezy's got the flank of a century with his team here. They do want to try to collapse, but they realize they don't have
look at
vision.
This. No, they pulled Ariana off the wave, so it just gives Hoarder free time on the turret. He's able to like take, what, 40% of that tier 2's HP and denies like half the way from Ariana. It's really small things here from Cupid, but they're just sort of yo-yoing Ole Miss around the map to get these really small incremental advantages. I like this a lot.
Macro strong. That's what you got to do. And look at that. Guess who gets the plate in the end? It's Mobility.
Yeah.
To further his advantage over Array. Both carries at about 2 items now. We actually got the Executioner is locked in for Mobility to take away some of the healing of the Aatrox and the Shyvana potentially. That's something to think about as the time goes on. About a minute for this Dragon setup. We have a lot of pings, a lot of TPs, or at least one TP, a lot of pings coming towards top side for Ole Miss. They want to try to catch a Blaze Olive. He has flash, but no turret. He's going to try to find an angle here. He does have the flash. He does have the dash. He's going to save it for now, get the movement speed from his W, but still gets Dragons descented, and will go on a rampage on his Aatrox. And they're pinging. They're going to go for the Baron.
Jace's bottom has TP. Is Cupid aware that, yes, they have the ward? I don't know if Ole Miss can do this.
TP is available from Hoarder. It's the
I don't like this
one.
let-in.
He will have it. He will have the big shield. Have health on the Baron here. They go for the engage. That's exactly what they wanted. They wanted to bait the fight. But the single target, that's what we were talking about from Cupid. And now they found it.
Oh,
they're going to go forward. They're going to get resets after resets coming through here in the fight. Even if a Blaze Olive ain't there, it's going to be the team coming to bear here. Cool kills for Cupid. And Retrozing and Will, the new subs, are the only one that make it out.
The first domino to fall is a mistake from Ole Miss. I just don't think you have to do the Baron there, Lennon. They get the pick on the ABO. They get his flash, but they're down ultimates, and they're going to be tanking the Baron. Cupid manages to find the fight, and now the lead's starting to open up. 3K resets to come through. No objectives taken, however.
What a fight, and the lead has exploded for Cupid. The macro play, the macro mobility as we take a look back in the picture-in-picture of that fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Ole Miss trying to fight into a choke. I think the engage from Bounty, I like the idea, but I think the philosophy for the play as a whole is just flawed. I don't think you can do this as Ole Miss. Mobility just doesn't die to the play. His team's able to consolidate around him, and he pumps out so much damage on the chase. Good follow-through from Music and Breezy as well. Ultimately, the objective material result of the play will be the Dragon. It's only the second one of the game for Cupid, so it's definitely not game-losing, but this gold lead is starting to become relatively significant. And look at Mobility. He's 2,000 gold up on his opposite number. 3 completed items here on the Sivir, level 14.
And that's a bit of a toughie. Because, it's not plain that they have a lot of sustained damage to take the Baron, but you'd be surprised at how much damage the Aatrox and the Shyvana can do with the healing they have as well. Just wasn't enough this early in, and with the item spikes they had, something they'll definitely want back and maybe take a look at in review. But there's still a decent chunk for Cupid, still some good aspects for Ole Miss. It does feel like now, though, with the Dragons starting to stack even at these late times, It's still going to be Cupid that are the ones that kind of push the tempo of the game.
How insane is it, as we are going to have a pause, that Hoarder's up 1,000 gold, despite being 1 and 3 down against Ariana Shavana. He is up a pretty significant amount of money, and that really just goes to show, I think, the discipline that Cupid did approach this game with. A point I was going to make earlier when I was talking about Cupid yo-yoing Ole Miss around the map is I think it shows a lot of maturity in a team when they recognize when they don't have to fight. And I feel like Cupid's done that really well. Ole Miss, I think starting that Baron, they were trying to rush things just a little too much.
And that can be the trap that so many teams fall into. And it's something, especially when you draft a composition like that, you just have to keep in your mind's eye the entire time you're piloting it. Still, though, the lead is fluctuating a decent amount for Cupid as we get back into the game. There's a lot of pressure to be gained in this top side of the map. You can see that Cupid are trying to move some of their vision up there as well. Some good vision already established from Ole Miss. And for Ole Miss, you know, there's a little bit of that motivation here to try to get the lock into playoffs for these final couple of series.
Again, only one game away, but in many ways, it puts so much extra pressure. Ooh, mobility.
It does. Solar Flare goes a little bit wide, though. Scatter the Weak does it. True Shot Barrage does it, but Will's the one that gets locked in. Breezy was just trying to lock him down, but now he might just die. Pops the Unbreakable Will. He'll be fine for now. Still, Siege is coming. There's the Siege right back as Hoarder's starting to pop his own shots into the back line here at least. There won't be much of the turret gone. Raptors will be taken by music, as rightfully so they were his, and maybe a second iteration of this Siege coming in soon with the next minion wave.
Yeah, Ole Miss trying to find a force. They do get mobility, but don't really get much off of him. Breezy, I think, doing a good job creating space, and Cupid, again, recognizing that they don't really have to commit to that play, so ultimately it's just some ultimates burned, some resets taken, and it's the game continuing to be slow. And again, it's Cupid winning, but 3,000 gold at 25 minutes is far from a game-defining advantage.
The Dragon's Ascent bot lane does get the to the skies to knock him away at least, and that's a scary dragon that gets deflected by a hammer. I would love to see that in a show at least. Breezy. He doesn't have the Unbreakable Will anymore. He did have the Flash, though. Another Solar Flare came through, and I think Breezy's just dead to rights.
Yeah.
Just too far extended on the enemy side of the map.
And I think if you're Breezy, I think you're just supposed to die there. I don't like using Flash in that situation. So Ole Miss, they get a lot out of the play for literally zero investment. They invested Summoner Heal from Bounty. No ultimates, no flashes, and that's a dead support. It's going to give them control over this top side of the map. I don't think they're going to start Baron off this. And that's the biggest reason for me that I think Breezy's supposed to just preserve that cooldown, is I don't think Ole Miss can Baron 4v5, as we've seen.
Yeah, and we're getting to a terrifying part. I know I've seen some of the best Ezreals in the world. I know what this champion can do, but something about a 3 to 4 item Sivir terrifies me, Hawk. Like that IE that's about to come through there with the on the hunt, with the style of comp that Cupid have, it feels scary, man.
Especially against compositions that kind of like to all group up and party together in the way that Ole Miss's does. I mean, Sivir can just output an absurd amount of damage, and range is definitely a concern against this Ole Miss comp. There's a lot of people that can kill him, and that mobility cannot really avoid the threat range of. But he's got the Spell Shield, he's got the Cleanse the Flash, and also I think Breezy's been doing a really good job of playing much more for peel this game than engaging, letting music take a lot of that fight starting responsibility, which I think is correct from the Cupid support.
Yeah, it kind of needs to be. We've got about 40 seconds for the next dragon. It would be Soul Point for Cupid. That's a lot of decision-making power on the map, and it's that much closer to a Cloud Soul, which, if you just use a little context clues of what we were talking about earlier, and the speed and the team-wide effort that can come through from Cupid, I don't know if you want to give them a Cloud Soul too.
I feel like either of these teams, the Cloud Soul is just GG, to be honest. Like both of them are so terrifying if they're able to maneuver fights perfectly, because I feel like these fights are going to be a lot about the lines of scrimmage and who gets isolated by who. So, yeah, that would be a problem. I mean, fortunately for Ole Miss, it's still 5 minutes away on that Soul. Looks to be that the Land Sharks are not going to fight this. They took some resets right on the spawn timer here, so.
Ariana's here, though. Yeah, a little bit of preemptive vision here as well. They're going to keep the back line safe, at least, by putting some control wards down. Dragon has already started up by Cupid. Blaze Olive is going to find Ariana, and so is Hoarder. You got to be a little bit careful there. Dragon down to 4,000 health now. Array is going to be hitting some mystic shots over the wall. Will's not even going to get close. Dragon number 3 secured for Cupid.
Yeah, nicely done from Cupid. Hoarder really starting to pump some damage here. 3.5 items. This is a tierless J sled in. But that early armor from the Shyvana, not scaling quite so much when he's going Trinity Force Shojin. And again, it was a pretty half-hearted contest, to be honest, from Ole Miss. Like,
yeah.
Were they really trying to contest that based on their positioning? I feel like no.
They're going to try to contest on a Hoarder now, though, as Ariana doesn't find the angle there just yet. It's going to be something to think about, though. I'm curious at the Serpent's Fang coming through from Mr. Hoarder. A little bit of a cheap item. Try to get to those spikes and try to take away some of the shielding, although team on the other side doesn't have the most shielding ever. We'll have a little bit. Solar Flare used on a mobility. Double Scout of the week. Zenith played onto the back line, but the Spell Shield will block the True Shot Barrage. Will goes a world ending, but it's kill going over to Bounty. And now, guess who's getting pop-offs? A Blaze Olive. He was out of that last fight when you were getting kills, and now he's here. 5-man strong for Cupid versus 4 for Ole Miss. They're going to move in for more, though. Scout of the week needs to be big here. If RetroZing wants to go for it, they will back off the fight. But guess what? This is a position of power for Cupid. They can force your hand. You just use your resources, and now you have to answer to a Baron.
Yeah, I think this one might just go over, Lennon. I think Cupid much more allowed to do the Baron in the 4v5 situation than Ole Miss was previously.
It's
yeah,
down.
music and mobility.
Will, is he going to make the saving grace? He doesn't. The nice little headbutt from Breeze. He just gives him a love tap away. Baron to Cupid.
And Cupid is just so disciplined in how they approach these fights. Ole Miss, they go for the engage, but everyone rallying around their carry mobility, and that puts Cupid in the most dominant position we've seen so far this game. Baron in hand, nearly 5,000 gold. They are really starting to open up, I would say, what is starting to become that game-defining advantage that has eluded us up to this point.
Yeah, about a 3,000 gold lead developing for mobility. Hoarder, even though he's put down 2 times in the early game, has an individual gold lead of about 2K now, and that much closer to a soul for Cupid. And the beautiful thing about the Baron timing there is there's only about a 15 to 20 second separation between that and the next dragon spawning. So they will keep the pressure up. They'll continue to push with Baron waves, and then they'll have the liberty to back and get ready to go for the dragon.
I really like this, deploying topside, trying to get some
Flash.
gold. There's going to be a cross
Blaze
map, though.
Olive found himself on the wrong side of town here with a couple ruffians in the Ole Miss colors.
He's trying to buy time.
He's going to use as much resources to get away as he can. He wants to use the flash and dash over as he's able to get some distance here.
Dog,
he's got the speed up. He's trying to get over to the team. The True Shot Barrage doesn't connect, or does rather. It still will be Will who gets the kill, his 5th of the game.
Buys quite a bit of time, though. Tier 2 in top and mid gets traded. Not quite the Tier 3, as Ole Miss is ultimately able to rally around the top side of the map. Still, I think you take that if you're Ole Miss. It will deter the extended Baron push, but Cupid doing a good job of responding.
They continue to find answers. Again, it's been a wonderful macro game from Cupid as a whole. They've had some really good decisions made strategically on the map against Ole Miss. And now those decisions will continue. Still a minute on the Baron buff for them, and still about a minute and 10 seconds for that next dragon. Oh, that was close. You'll love to see a little bit of that confidence.
Bounty, a little bit of a clench right there, maybe, but he's okay. He's
Calm,
okay.
cool, collected, man.
Yeah, not even close or calculated. I don't know. Take your pick.
Whichever one you want. Whichever one works for the moment. Crypt Bloom is completed for RetroZing. I know not an item we typically see as much of recently, but still a lot of utility for the team comp. A couple power items I'm looking at, though, for Cupid are the double GAs completed for both music and mobility. That's going to feel pretty good in these sustained fights.
I feel like the GA for mobility is just GG, and I love this itemization because Ole Miss, every single fight, it's been clear who their target is, and they've not really been able to get him. But even now, if they do get him, they're going to have to get him again. And that feels like it's a really big problem for how Ole Miss is going to play, because we've seen how much damage mobility can do when he does stay alive.
5-item Sivir is insane, and he's still got another one. But that being said, Cupid the first ones to the Dragon. It is under vision, and Scuttlecram had been taken by Ole Miss. It's going to be started up, and this is a do-or-die potential situation for Ole Miss in this game number 1. They need to find this win. They need to find it for their hopes of the playoffs as well, and make that locked-in status a reality. Bounty is not going to find any angle on the side, and Breezy does find an angle. Dragon's Descent used defensively, and that's already, you know that the white flag is coming up. As Ole Miss, they're running for the hills, but Breezy's not letting them go. You mess with the bull, you get the horns, but the horns have a little bit of a tail and maybe looking like a shark as they're able to come back in the fight. Dragon's falling, multiple pieces are going down for Ole Miss. Array and Retrosy, they're trying to escape by Dim. They're not able to. That's a triple kill coming through for Mobility, and they're going to push down mid lane.
For a split second, the fight looked good for Ole Miss. It looked like Cupid might have gone too deep, but Mobility was untouched in the fight, and he's able to find the triple. Now, is it game? They've got like 30 seconds, only one member alive, but it is a Syndra. Retro might be able to clear this wave. No Baron minions. I think this one will continue, Lennon.
They will get the inhib, but they'll back away for now. Though Cloud Soul will make this very difficult for Ole Miss. 5-0 on Mobility's Sivir here for now. And I love that, you know, it comes full circle. We spent 25 minutes of very, very relaxed gameplay talking about how these two carries will be the defining factors in these team fights later on. And look at that, Mobility, the main man for Cupid right now.
I mean, he really has just had a game. So patient in the early stages, really being an engine of the map control that Cupid was able to establish, is always being first to every single wave. I mean, so much so this Heartstuck Casterlo, man. This is what being first to waves can do for you.
Oh, Bounty just completely caught out by Mobility. This one might be the end. The cease and desist, pretty easy to connect on Ariana.
You can't
will
run
use the
from
Dragon's
them.
Descent to get away, but he's not going to find Bog. He tries to flash. Desperation don't look good on you, my friend, as Cupid are looking to put the finishing touches on this game number 1. Oh, gets him with the pullback of the boomerang blade, and that's going to be a big one for Cupid. The confidence is back, the momentum is back, and even with that loss, even with that catastrophe last week, they're looking to finish out on a high note here. They will at least put themselves one game away from taking this series, and Cupid are back in action.
Well, if there is any questions about Cupid's ability to make a statement about how strong of a team they are, I'm hoping this game helped answer them. Obviously, we'll have to see what happens in game 2, but just so clean from start to finish. Hoarder gets picked on. You know, he still is able to get himself gold, and then the rest of the squad just making sure they are getting themselves as much income as possible. Really just slowing down the pace of the game, not opting into any bad fights, not overplaying their hand. I love the patience from this team. I love the macro from this team. And Ole Miss, I gotta say, I'm really impressed. I think Will brought a lot to the table. I think Bounty brought a lot to the table. A lot of really good ideas from them. Just not quite enough in some of these fights.
Not quite enough, and Mobility was just a tad bit too strong. Been having a pretty good split so far for himself. Let's see if he can finish it out on a high note. That's it for game number 1. We will see you after a short break for game number 2.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back to NACL. We are here with the final week of the summer split. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Hawk, and game number 1 went holistically to Cupid.
Yeah, it did. I mean, honestly, Ole Miss showed a lot of creativity. They tried to make some plays, but Cupid was just like, nah, man, we're not going to fight until our AD carry has like 8 items. And speaking of that AD carry, precision play presented by Philips Norelco, dude, mobility, he was just frying. This fight for a moment looked like it could be good for the side of Ole Miss. Really good re-engage, honestly, from Bounty and Will. But mobility stays alive. He keeps his DPS coming. And as we saw, Ole Miss just could not deal with the former AD carry of their rival, Winthrop University, now Cupid.
Yeah, we take a look at the stats and you can see the damage dealt. That's against an Ezreal, who's always popping out mystic shots as well. Got to give it a special secondary shout out to Hoarder. He was put down very early and we were wondering what this was going to look like. Turns out the win rate maybe is correct in the end of things between the Jace and the Shyvana, but it still ended up being a pretty advantageous position for Hoarder. He was up like 2,000 or 3,000 gold at the end of the game too.
It's funny. I felt very similarly when Griffin played Shyvana. It was a jungle Shyvana, but like it kind of was good early and then it stopped doing anything. So that is my opinion of Shyvana in competitive high-level play here in North America so far. So we'll see if that improves. It was an interesting idea. I do want to give a shout out to Ariana for at least being willing to cook, especially because I thought the Aatrox for Will was very, very good. But I agree. Yeah. I think Hoarder, his ability to get himself gold and keep himself a part of that game, legitimately very commendable.
I think the fact of the matter is, though, for Ole Miss, it's a tough position to be in. A lot of weight on the shoulders, especially with the expectations, and then also the subs coming in and still being on the precipice of locking in the playoffs there as well. But it's a position that you need to kind of take in stride. And I want to talk in a little bit about their focus for game 2 in terms of draft, because do you value a little bit more of a standardized draft for them to get that comfort back for game 2?
It's interesting because I would actually be curious to hear your thoughts on it. I didn't really feel that Ole Miss looked very uncomfortable, honestly. Like it seemed like they really had a game plan for how to play around the Shyvana. I will say, like, I definitely think you give the ball back to your top side. I thought Ariana and especially Will really had good games. I think the biggest thing for me is maybe putting Array with a little bit more agency. I mean, his Ezreal is his best champion, but mobility went for Sivir. He just kept him under turret the whole game, and Array couldn't really get involved.
I just think that it was one of those situations that you want to try to take advantage of the comp you have. And I do feel like if things were a little bit more even with the way that Dragons had been delayed and things along those lines, like I see the avenue for them to come out the better of it in the long term as well. But it had gotten just so far away from them with a couple of those rough fights that I wonder if they go for something that has a little bit more of that agency in the early game. But I think you just got to start figuring out what's comfort for these guys, especially the newer pieces, and just bring that back out and try to get this series to 3.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about early game agency too. You know, Lee Sin was very shockingly absent from the game 1 draft for me. I'm amazed that neither jungler ended up going for that pick, so I'd be really curious to see if that one does come through here in game 2, or if it ends up banned. Again, Poppy, another really big champion, Camille, Shen. These are all these sort of like playmakers, champions that love to roam around the map and just kind of scrap and skirmish over every little thing that we didn't quite see in the previous game. And it is funny because we set up coming into the series that these are the 2 fastest teams in the league. That was a very different game than the pace of play we've typically seen from either of these sides, really.
Yeah, it's crazy. We were talking so much about the, goal difference at 15 and all that good stuff, and then we just didn't fight and played really respectfully for 25 minutes, which is a different shade of these teams, but honestly something that I actually kind of appreciate, to show the versatility and the flexibility to be able to play that kind of reserve style, because I know at this level sometimes it can be hard to get a little bit of a wrangle in on what you're doing in game when things start getting a bit hot and heavy.
No, I agree. I think it's really good to see, especially for top of the table teams. What are you able to bring to the table when you don't just win every lane, right? Because that's not going to happen every game, especially against other great teams. And I think for Cupid in specific, they showed us a lot of resilience in that they weren't really ahead early. They had some power points around mobility and a Blaze Olive, but they didn't really have a lot of avenues to make plays into what was a pretty durable mid-game composition for Ole Miss. So they bided their time. They played very intelligently. And I do think on the other side, Ole Miss, they showed, again, a lot of creativity, but I do look to that Baron play as being sort of can't teach an old dog new tricks. They still found a way to just overplay themselves a little too much at some point in that mid game.
I think it's a lot about like kind of personal responsibility in those moments as well. I want to say, I know I'm a little distracted because we're obviously having some technical difficulties. We'll get through these and hopefully get back in the picks. Ben, what do you think the tallies are behind music? There's so many tallies, and there's 5 names. It's got to be playing. What do you think it is?
That's
I bet
a
it's
great
smiles.
question. So
I bet it's how many times they've smiled in a day.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure smiles is really funny. I'm pretty sure music is at Maryville, right? So it's probably some sort of like
there's a tree. Somebody drew a tree. Hawk.
Okay.
Do
we think there's like 2 options here? It's either something really dumb, like how much has each member on the team DoorDash Chipotle this split, or
that would be that's
like
a lot of Chipotle.
Really serious. Yeah, no, I know, right? Or it's like a really serious like Niles training regimen thing of like how many times have they hit the gym this split or something like that, because he likes to keep his team healthy in and out of game.
I need to know. I absolutely need to know what the tallies are. We need to reach out.
Let's run with the Chipotle theory. Who is the person that has ordered it like 50
it's gotta go
times?
From top jungle mid ADC support.
So Crimson's just a
from
fiend
left to
for...
right. So Crimson's just no. Oh, that's so funny. I also see the old school S, the one that all us old people used to write on all of our journals back in whatever school
in like elementary school.
Yeah,
dude, I like remember I kind of was annoyed when I was in elementary school because I see everyone draw them, but like I didn't know how to do it, but I didn't bother to
you're one of those.
Learn.
You didn't know?
No, I know. Like someone showed me at some point, but I didn't care enough to do it myself. I just remember being annoyed that I didn't know the technique for it. So I know everyone point and laugh. Ben didn't know how to draw the S. Oh gosh.
Can't believe it. I did get word we're getting back in a draft, so you don't have to listen to us pick apart this poor whiteboard in the background here soon. I took a screenshot. I'm coming for that information.
If Niles is watching the stream, man, like you got to give us the tech, like what was on that whiteboard.
And if it's something serious
music,
that like you can't reveal because it's like team, or it's fine. Just tell us no. You don't get to know. But if it's something funny and stupid that sounds really funny.
How crazy would it be?
I'm sticking with the Chipotle.
How crazy would it be if like that whiteboard in the background of Music's cam was just like leaking scrim data or something, but we couldn't really read it? It's like computer enhance.
Yeah. 5 times. Gosh, that was a lot of tallies though. It's gotta be.
That was a lot of tallies.
I can't get my mind off it. I'm sorry, everybody.
Maybe it's like, how in college football the players get like stickers on their helmets for like however many tackles they make or stuff like that.
Is it kills? Is it game?
Yeah.
Is it
like what if it's something like that?
CS? No, that one wasn't good. I don't like that one.
Lennon, I feel like that would be not a lot of CS.
I'm not judging. I'm just saying. All right. I'm not trying to judge people.
You're right.
How about Cannon's Mist? Is that
Cannon's Mist would be really funny. Cannon's Mist would be pretty good.
All right,
Oh
well,
my
let's get
gosh.
down to actual gameplay talk as we finally get to the picks and bans, and we aren't ordering more Chipotle for the tallies here. It will be the Poppy Vayne Camille ban there by Cupid, who are on the blue side this time around. It will be the Nocturne Shannon and Ziggs ban by Ole Miss on that red side.
B1 Lee Sin music, do it for me. Show me what you got. I don't really know what's better anyway. I mean, maybe like Cassiopeia, but I feel like that pick has not been as high prio in the NACL as I've seen in Pro Leagues. Victor also could make a lot of sense. It is technically a flex pick, although this is not a mobility champion to me.
That's a Blaze Olive champion, though. As
I would say
Victor
so,
is
yeah.
locked in. Mobility, there's still some flexibility. We've seen Victor played not as much as some other mages. What I really want our ADCs to learn is Xerath, because I think that champion is just disgusting and really good. But
see,
it's
Will
hard
gets
because
it, man.
You can't positioning, and Will get it. He will get the Lee Sin, and I'm always a fan of Will on mechanically intensive junglers. Then we could talk about the Aatrox. Aatrox was awesome. This is really letting Will let loose.
And we have seen some heinous NACL Lee Sin performances, many of them coming from his opponent, from music so far this split. So let's see.
You
Will.
wanted to see?
I'm
Were you
excited
trying
for
to
this.
set him up for failure?
No. I'm saying
For
like
redemption. That's what it was.
I'm
For
saying
redemption.
we've just seen some crazy games on this champion. So I feel like Will can add his name to the list of guys that have played some crazy stuff. Ooh, I like the Skarner. Now, this has been rising in priority around global leagues. This Skarner jungler, really good tank jungler, and it's really good against these kind of squishy, short-range skirmish comps, because Skarner has some pretty filthy counter engage with his ultimate to create space, but also the E to just push somebody into a wall.
And we obviously see also what Ole Miss is trying to lock down. A lot of team fight for Cupid already, but this is a side lane comp so far, if I've ever seen one. And being able to get the pressure in the side lane with a Realm or with Lee Sin being active and at least trying to be aggressive in the side lanes. Now potentially having the Ambessa to find those big picks, but also have some power there. They are going to try to work away from these team fights.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I do think like there is still decent team fight on the side of Ole Miss as well, but I do agree that they are going to want to be individually strong, right? They're going to try to play off of individual advantage, which is interesting because I feel like that's something that Cupid did extremely well in the previous game, was getting that individual gold. So can the Land Sharks now do it shoe on the other foot?
I want to see what these focuses and bans are going to be in the second phase. We already get the bot lane focused by Ole Miss. They're going to take away the Lucian, which is a power duo with that Melio that we always see and has a lot of burst potential for mobility to play through. I wonder if they do switch that focus to supports on the other side. There's the Bard again by Cupid, so really not wanting to give that one to Bounty. And Bounty's debut, obviously, this year, we had some question marks about what kind of pick styles he was going for. I actually really appreciated some of his Bard gameplay, so I like the respect from Cupid.
Bounty got a nice Bard, man. Not much to say other than that. Honestly, a little surprised Ole Miss hasn't prioritized it as much, but I do think the picks that they've gone for, just getting counter pick of both solo lanes and then snapping out the Lee Sin, really making a lot of sense. Ole Miss theoretically is going to have counter pick in all three lanes this game, as Cupid were the ones that had the first pick. So we'll see what they can put together in the bottom lane. Again, I think my biggest thing was just giving Array a little bit more agency to enter this game. I do think the bigger thing for me, though, is that Ole Miss has not exactly picked counters that are going to start smoking their lanes. Ambessa kind of just going to lose gracefully to Gnar and Scale. Rise kind of just going to lose gracefully to Victor and Scale. So we'll see.
The worst part is I said the Xerath. I actually think it was such a good pick with this comp. We've seen it in tier 1 play. It can be okay, Hawk. It can be okay with the comp that they have and the Ambessa and the Rise, the Lee Sin. It gives some utility there. Much would have rather had the Xerath to be able to poke in some damage, but also join from far away. But it's going to be the Jhin locked in for Ole Miss.
I forgot I'm here with Jin's strongest soldier,
He's
man.
super powered. He got picked in 4. He got picked in 4th pick. Come on.
But like, you're against Skarner Gnar. I agree. Like, if you don't look at what Cupid has, it's fine. And I've given Array the Jin pass in the past. There are ethical Array Jin picks. This is just not one of them, man. I don't know. I'm not a supporter of this. And I think in the 2v2, I really like Mobility and Breezy going for Zyra Khan. Again, it's going to be a 2v2 that generates priority for the team. I feel like this carry did so much to dictate the pace of the game in game 1, and I have no reason to believe they can't do it again.
I agree. I feel like the momentum is definitely on their side. The safety in the bot lane is what is so scary to me, because the Jin and Desire matchup can be a little bit of a toughie, especially having to fight into the Blade Caller range. It's Jin able to get some pop shots in there. So I'm very curious what this 2v2 is going to be looking like, especially earlier on, and how much control we get down in that bot lane from these two junglers. But that's where I look and see that, you know, Music had a pretty good game number 1, a lot of good macro from Cupid in game number 1, but a lot of the eyes are on Will on this Lee Sin to get snowballing. We've all seen what a Lee Sin can do when you get a couple kills, and I know Will has a pretty lethal Lee Sin. So I really want to see if he's able to get what he wants. He got this pick. They prioed it early with side laning picks alongside him. He really needs to have a pop-off here in his first series with Ole Miss.
Could not have said it better myself, because Ole Miss, what they do genuinely have in their composition is some powerful skirmishing. They've got a lot of potential with the Lee Sin, with the Nautilus, with the Jin, begrudgingly, that they can bring to bear. And if they can play for those individual advantages, if they can find those creative angles off of the back of Will, off of the back of Bounty that they did get in game 1, there is definitely a way into this game. My biggest problem with the comp is I feel like pretty early on, we're going to start to find that there is a lack of targets for Ole Miss to really, truly be able to attack.
And you got to remember, as we get into game number 2 of this series, Cupid 1 game away from winning. It is Cupid who are at the top of their group. They're already secured for the playoffs. It's really Ole Miss who had a lot of stakes coming into today, not only just for the momentum for themselves, but also trying to lock their place into that top 3.
And I'd like how Ole Miss, this entire split, they've been playing with this chip on their shoulder, you know, people rating them low, which has always been interesting for me to hear, you know, because I feel like expectations were that Ole Miss would be stronger this split, but of course, I feel like their last couple of splits in the NACL have been maybe falling just short of expectations, so I like that they're taking it personally, you know, really locking in for this split, wanting to show that they are a team that can compete at this level, because I think a lot of the players have felt that they have played below the level, not just that the fans have wanted, but they've wanted it themselves.
I agree. And, you know, obviously everything has a lot of developmental lenses on them when we look at the tier 2 space and trying to put these rosters together and trying to figure out what the best pieces are for that roster. I know there's been some fluctuation with Ole Miss, but got to try to keep the goal in sight, and I'm loving these early trades from Array and Bounty. They found the prio early, got the early level 2, and that'll actually be the barrier and heal both down now for the side of Cupid, just the heal down for Ole Miss.
Yeah, you can see why the Nautilus is pretty good into the Rakan, just having more agency in terms of the CC in these trades. Shorter cooldown on the hook. Oh, as this is a nice trade. It's
a solo kill. Payback, huh? Oh, he canceled it.
Oh,
okay,
my
he's gonna
goodness.
Go ahead and go the flash. First blood, Ariana. That is revenge. Best served cold, as he got solo boloed in that first game, or at least got the solo bolo. That's going to be 2 in a row for the first and second games of the series.
And Ariana is so gangster, it looks like BM, but he's waiting because you don't want to flash in if Hoarder's going to insta-flash, because then you're stuck under tower, right? So he waits, and then flashes unreactable from Hoarder. The auto attack connects at the start of the Ambessa animation, so there's no way out as the Gnar. That was extremely well played. Ariana starting the game with a second consecutive solo kill.
That's pretty impressive against Hoarder, who's lauded as one of the better top laners here in NACL. Get the better of them in 2 separate matchups now. But I'll say, results-based analysis, Hoarder did win the first game. So we'll make of that what you will, and we'll come back to that a little bit later on. We do have some safety, or at least some long-term plans, financial planning coming through from Array, as he did pop up the cull here with his first back. Did also happen to get those boots, so it's going to be a pretty decent budget back for the Jhin on the first one. But now is when we start looking at the influence of the junglers. They're going to be coming to the of finding something on the map after they finish off these two opposite side clears.
And you're talking about bases. Ariana, he's got that pickaxe, man. Hoarder, only the brown bag boots. I mean, that is a consequential solo kill. I mean, yeah. The helmet didn't save him the first time.
It did not. It did not. You
know.
gotta check the straps. Make sure they're ready to go.
Yeah, right. Oh my gosh. It's like one of those videos that you see of people like swinging hammers at helmets to like test the durability or whatever.
You just forgot to put it on. Yeah. Sometimes it happens. It's going to be tough. I do feel like, a small advantage already for Ariana with that first kill, but I personally love when Ambessa gets a little bit ahead in the side lane, because that just enables the side of Ole Miss's comp and the strategy they want to go for and punish these overextensions, or just generally flood side lanes to find picks or ganks or even dives. I like this from Music. He's going to be hovering over this top side, try to get Hoarder back a kill. Hoarder will be, as Meganar ulti would be nice, but Ariana going to play extremely respectfully.
Yeah, I think it's because Hoarder's wave was pushing away from him, and he's not or he wasn't level 6. So I think they were afraid that Ariana would go for an all-in on Hoarder, but now that he's Mega, now that he's 6, I think Hoarder should be able to get this wave in and put himself in a good spot.
Not much to do in the mid lane, but you did see the cross come through. I actually appreciate this angle that Bounty and Will are using, just kind of walking all the way around the other side and try to get some vision going. They will be spotted out on the top side, and that Scuttle Crab taken down by Will for now. Music won't get the engage there. We'll just use the install's impact to get a little bit of vision and go back down towards bot side, but that is pings aplenty from Ole Miss on the red side on the Dragon. Let's see if they want to use some prio to get that.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely do have a decent amount of pressure. Will, stronger than Music, level 6 on this Lee Sin, getting it off that crab. That was the opportunity cost for Music going for that hover on top side. So this is a really nice conversion here from the Land Sharks to get something tangible out of their topside play.
This is what I wanted. This is the early game. Give them prio, give them something that can give some fighting chances and play into the style that we know them for. Arcane Storm got used in mid lane. Both teams, again, you've mentioned it, super quick, super fast, and it'll be a quick dragon taken. Flash from Retro Scene to get the counterplay. The kick comes through on Blaze All, but he's still alive, and now Will is within 4 members of Cupid. He was in enemy ranks, and he is found to be a traitor. Taken down, and the kill goes right back to Cupid. The lead in their favor now, too.
Wow, yeah, I mean, Ole Miss, they get the dragon, but that's a kill into the pockets of Music. And Hoarder looks like he's getting some free time on this top lane. Ariana going to come back, but I'm very surprised. I liked what Retro was going for there with the Flash Rune Prison, but just not having enough damage onto a Blaze Olive, and I think a bit of tunnel vision, perhaps, from Will coming through right there. With the kick and then chasing in, trying to land those last autos. Not able to find it. Nice fight for Cupid.
Very good fight for Cupid, and I can see the angle that Ole Miss wanted to do. They really wanted to lean into that early game prio. Still get the dragon. That'll be something really good for them to kind of hold dear. But we will have that next fight on cue here. About 10 seconds or so for the grubs to spawn. And both junglers going to be pathing up this way. You can tell that Cupid are definitely putting some more priority on this objective.
Both teams really full swapping up towards this side. This teleport advantage for the time being for Hoarder. Ariana's actually pretty far behind the swap. They are keeping him top as mobility shows, but nobody's going bottom right now. So let's see if Cupid wants to TP Hoarder up here, or if they're going to do the same thing they did last game, where they basically just accept that Ariana's missing a wave. Oh, nice engage.
They just take the fight straight onto Music. He's already have that. Look at the Scarter. He's just getting 100 to 0'd. What a
Oh, no.
pull from Ole Miss. Hoarder now finds himself in the wrong space. It's going to be the Realm Warp 2 members, and the Sonic Wave got connected, so he definitely took that resonating strike, and Hoarder will also fall. So 2 quick kills go over to Ole Miss, and they'll get the grubs.
You know, I was questioning the macro from Ole Miss, but they really make it work. Ariana, he just stays top lane and he says, okay, we're grouped as 5. We can fight immediately. I think Cupid, a bit of a blunder from them, stepping up before they're really ready to go, and that's 2 quick kills and an objective to Ole Miss.
Mobility, he doesn't have the Feather Storm. He's trying to get the Blade Caller angles here. Dredgeline goes wide. Will shows up, and Mobility and Breezy, they're still playing up. They have the movement coming from Music,
What?
who comes over, and Breezy just gets executed where he stands. And wait for the Blade Caller. It doesn't even come through because of the flash from Will, or at least from Array, and the movement from Will. So they get the kill, they get out, and the lead now shifting over a little bit more towards Ole Miss.
Cupid starting to play a little bit impatient as, again, Breezy wants to get something going, but he's one shot before Music even arrives, and then even once he does, the Xayah sitting on a sheet and a coal does not have the damage to convert on a kill. So that is 3 unanswered kills and the Void Grubs for Ole Miss. Not really any recourse for Cupid. The first, I think, extremely positive play that we've seen for Ole Miss in this series outside of an isolated kill, and you really like to see it from them. Just great skirmishing.
You definitely do. Will not discount Cupid's team comp and slow their roll a little bit and get this game under tow. That's where things can be a little bit more difficult for Ole Miss, but keep riding this high for the Land Sharks, and going to feel pretty darn nice. As first items are coming up, did get the Sundered Sky completed for Will. Not a big fan. I know everybody does, but not a big fan that we're going with the collector start for Array. He's going to look for the curtain call. Breezy's going to block every single shot. But first item spikes could be pretty big for both sides.
I feel like the collector is at least better than the Yomu's for me this game.
Stormrazor,
you got to go crit.
Stormrazor start, easy.
Yeah, well, and I agree. Because I was about to say, I'm like, I don't think it's the best option, but it's at least better than the Yomu's. But
Stormrazor and
you
nothing.
gotta go crit here,
damage.
right? Yeah. But we'll see. A lot of the gold advantage is on this top side here for Ole Miss. For the second game in a row, Ariana and Will really dictating the pace of this early game. I think the biggest difference between this game and previous is that the first dragon was taken much earlier on into the game, and Ole Miss was able to get both of the early neutral objectives. So with the second one spawning in 15, it'll flash on ABO.
Nice little insect as a surprise party hits, and unfortunately a Blaze Olive is not going to be happy that so many people showed up at his house. That's going to be a bit of a setup for Ole Miss around this dragon on the bot side too, and the lead continues to grow, Hawk.
Just mint there from Will. Pure class, dare I say, as not really much else to really go on about. I mean, ABO didn't have flash. Will, perfect punish. And Retro gets the kill. So it really brings him back into the game. Was starting to fall behind against ABO in the 1v1 a little bit. But no longer with that extra kill gold in his pocket.
Nice. Kill gold is the big thing here as the lead continues to be pretty steady for Ole Miss, and the fact that they've gotten so many dragons much earlier than game number 1 just leads to their style. And I think that's so impressive to see the turnaround for Ole Miss when we were seeing some of the executionary differences in that game number 1. Now they had a pretty clear game plan, and they've been able to keep right as rain with the plans of that strategy.
And again, it's a substitute jungler that's been the engine of all these plays for Ole Miss. I think Will, really someone that when he's on, he is absolutely a really strong player here in the NACL. And as Colomer said, someone that is at that level all the time. It's just really good to see him back. Definitely, I know, a fan favorite player for many.
Still remember that.
He's doing a lot of work
next
here.
roster, man. We were all such big fans and wondering what that could be. But now, all these years later, it feels like it might be a potential star moment for him. As we see a star moment for Cupid, they find a big pick onto Bounty, who was trying to get back to the mid lane, but gets caught in transition.
Yep, Bounty faces the music right there and goes down. I think the big thing for me is that it was Zero investment from Cupid, no ults, no summoners, just an easy kill. Generally want to avoid those.
And we see Cupid actually peeling back away a little bit more gold, and that little lead that had been precariously built by Ole Miss is now dead even between the two teams. They were able to get a little bit of plate money as well, and they're going to look for a little bit more too, as we have had the full lane assignment swap for the ADCs to go mid. As Ray just completes his quest as he enters the lane itself. There could be a potential play on the bot side. You do have Bounty, who's hovering over RetroZing, but we're going to get a little bit of calm before the storm here. Will maybe looking for something.
Well, we're going to get a replay, precision play presented by Phillips Noroko. Just easy money right there. That is a perfect kick flash. No notes, Will. 10 out of 10. Judges.
Easy peasy. I put 10 on the board too. Nice.
Chuck Norris gave a thumbs up for that one.
Yeah, he did. TP coming in. This was what we were building towards. This is the dive. But look, Breezy popped the quickness early so he could get the speed up. Ablaze Olive, he's surviving.
Oh no!
The shield was insane. Ablaze Olive stands strong, and Ole Miss are caught wanting, and that longing will bring them to doom. Cupid
honor
the
Breezy.
advantage.
Honor Breezy, man. Like, what the hell? That Rakan play had the lack of completed summoner heal, able to get in and get his mid laner out, and that force from Ole Miss just gets completely thrown on its head. We can get a replay in the pip. I mean, even if ABO dies, I don't think this is that good of a play for Ole Miss, but the fact that he lives is insane. And with Hoarder TPing bot, ABO bases, he TP's top. There's no one on Ole Miss's side to answer because Ariana used his teleport to get back down bottom. So there's multiple creep waves denied. There's a tower plates being mined off the top lane. And this is that 1,000 gold advantage for Ole Miss getting flipped completely around. 1K to Cupid.
And now, unfortunately, we do see what you exactly didn't want. The Yumu's was the first pick instead of the Collector. Coming through here for Array. First item spikes aplenty across the board for both teams, as Ariana looking for a bit of a trade with the level advantage he has over Ablaze Olive for the time being. There is more objectives to be fought for, as Rift Herald had been started up precariously, as the Dragon is coming up as well in about a minute. It would be a soul point for Ole Miss, so I feel like that's the more important side of the map.
Dog, and he's got a Scout Sling. Is he really going Yomu's RFC with Fleet? I mean, this Jhin is just going to do nothing. I really don't support this Jhin pick here from Array. And he's down 30 CS on Mobility, who is just hoovering up every midway. By the way, Mobility, farm leader for the entire NACL. This guy just ridiculously good at getting himself gold. We saw that last game on the Sivir. It's just continuing.
Yep, 10 CS a minute, easy for him, and about 1,000 gold lead developed over Array. And if you don't know, one of these carries is a hyper carry, and the other one is a little bit more utility. And while Jhin has some spikes in the later game, I would still value the sustained damage and the safety that the Xayah brings throughout the entire game a little bit more. So that's something to think about, and something we talked about from the draft in the differing moments for both these carries. And it was our face-to-face matchup here between the two. And it seems like Mobility has gotten the better of it.
I just feel like Array has really struggled to find impact in this series, whereas Mobility perfectly understanding his role to be the late game insurance for his side. As Herald summoned up mid, third Dragon alive.
They're just going to fight. They're going to get the engage now. Dreadline actually goes through, but Ariana is already down. Arcane Storm starting to tick. The Curtain Call came through, but again, it does no damage. You don't have damage right now, and it's a 4v5.
Wheels starting to fall off the bus, maybe a little bit, as I say that. Hoarder takes no type of damage.
Oh, these wheels almost went round and round right there, Hawk. I don't know if you saw that one, but it's going to be the Dragon started up by Cupid and taken by Cupid.
This feels like the last win condition for Ole Miss sort of getting denied here is what Hoarder is.
Meganar's coming up. He can just go forward. Okay, the stun lasts long enough, but Bounty gets caught with the slow, has to flash. Wait, gets hit with the house. Hoarder gives him the thumbs up too. Man, that feels bad.
She's a brick. Nice. Very well played from Hoarder right there. Just throws the house at Bounty. And again, as I was saying, Ole Miss, it felt like the Dragon was really their last win condition, but with Ariana getting one shot ahead of time, just a good group up from Cupid. Their team fight composition starting to come on live, and you can see how little damage even this Gnar on only a Trinity Force and Ninja Tabbies takes when he gets locked down. Now, this might be an overstay. We'll see if Ole Miss can punish.
Okay. Array is saving his build right now. I'm just saying. Oh, the preemptive impale! He takes Will down a peg, and now Ariana can't really continue retrosing. This trio combo, this is what Ole Miss drafted for, and they aren't able to get the play call. There's the Istall's impact, turns him around and hits him into the wall. Bounty trying to chase down a Blaze Olive, but he's the one just being circled down to death, and Breezy's gonna find a quickness grand entrance. The Realm Warp is not for you, Ariana, as Mobility claims another kill.
Cupid has just been so good at disengaging every play that Ole Miss has gone for. Cupid is just perfectly content to say, okay, you want to fight into us? You know, come on. They're like the martial artist in the movies, waving their hand, goading on the opposition. And Ole Miss just not able to get in. Such a well-played disengage from Will and Mobility, and then the re-engage comes through from the rest of the squad.
Great team play, great macro on this return from Cupid. Again, we were wondering what that loss last week was going to be looking like for the mentality and the approach for this team coming into this week, and looks like they have not been shaken whatsoever, if not maybe even a little bit stronger on the other side of it, as Cupid now going for the aggressive play. This is the first time we've seen that kind of momentum really lead into something for them. It does end up being a little bit of a dragon take by Ole Miss, though, so they'll be able to claim their own resources. Cupid are hunting now with about a 5,000 gold lead on the map.
That gold lead's in all the right places, right? A Blaze Olive, 2 items, Mobility, 2 items, rapidly approaching a third. It is just a great game state for Cupid, and it feels like all that great early skirmishing from Will, from Ariana, is just likely not going to be enough. Of course, the creativity, the engage power, definitely still there. And let's not forget the scaling isn't terrible, right? They got the Rise. They've got the Ambessa. They have an AD carry that will try to do damage to tanks. Like, they do have options in the later stages. It's just not quite as good.
So Ole Miss were hoping to catch a Blaze Olive backing in one of the bushes there. He does make it out, comes back out at least. And they were trying to make a play. I can appreciate it. They're going to continue to look for a play. They're actually going to go to the alcove here and see if they can wait somebody out. They are really just trying to find something to bite into right now. The Sharks are hungry, as Will does stop his back, but now they're being surrounded. Who is surrounding who at this point? I guess that's to be said, as Mobility gets kicked away, but he's alive. Bounty in some trouble. Double TPs coming in. The Avenger Beam summoned. Ariana's got his shield. Hoarder's got his shield. Meganar is there. He's looking for the angle into the wall. Bounty is able to use his Spider-Man powers to get out. The public execution is not going to be the exit he wanted. Double grand entrance into the quickness combo, and cold card cash is what Cupid are coming away with. They just found a triple kill for a Blaze Olive, one of his most standard comfort picks, and Will tries to go for Mobility a second time and comes up empty. He's dead, and Cupid are off to the races.
Just straight wallet diff right there. Ole Miss, some pretty good spell usages, but the re-engage from Breezy is ultimately what finds it. Cupid gets a triple on the victor. They really open up this gold lead, 7,500. 4th Drake of the game, about to spawn. So Hoarder gets nothing. He didn't have to hop after the TP. It's Breezy that has to be the one to find 3. A lot of members get low, but Retro and Array just don't do enough.
God, Will tries to get it again. He found Mobility by himself, but then you had the movement come over from team, and it was so difficult. Oh, we look back into it. Bounty is trying to get out. Does he have the Spider-Man powers? Has he seen the new movie? Looks like he has. He will be out for now, and luckily, Will also be able to secure a little bit of his camps before they go, but Dragon is spawning now, and that would be 2nd Dragon in a row for Cupid.
And again, win conditions going by the wayside for the Land Sharks. Cupid continuing to stack up their advantages. Potential for a 4-Dragon Infernal Soul if the game does go late enough, but honestly, I don't know if Cupid will even need to get to that point. I feel like they'll be able to take full topside control here and look to start a Baron sometime in the near future.
As I would make that pretty easy. I mean, he's going to have his third item very soon. That's a massive spike here. And as I was saying, Array, he did save the build. He went with Storm Razor. I'm happy for that one, at least, with the stop off. He'll have a little bit more
We've just both been off on what items we think this gen is going for this game.
I saw the BF sword, I do, but that, yeah. I mean, hey, Slingshot goes into a lot of things. That's not fair.
So I guess it does. I always forget that Storm Razor is an item sometimes because I feel like Jhin is really the only champion that builds it.
Such a good item. I feel like too, yeah.
It's got some good dopamine.
It used to be
those
even
energized
better.
procs. Yeah.
Then it got too good.
Remember when Storm Razor was like the first item that literally every AD carry built for like an entire year? This was back in like what, like 2020, you think?
Good. I think it was closer to that. I think it was closer than that. I feel like 2020 feels like forever ago. That was 6 years ago.
That was
That's
6
crazy.
years ago. Dude, did you know that they added Dragon Soul in 2020 6 years ago? Like more than half a decade ago?
And how many people have hated on Chemtech since then? You remember when Chemtech came out and they had to disable it? I remember. But anyways, I also remember that we're in a series right now.
The Stink Cloud Chemtech. That was really something.
Passive. All good. There is Cupid, who's feeling a little bit hesitant to move any further. They're going to bring in a Blaze Olive, and I think that's going to cue the tempo for them. They just want to try to gain control of this mid lane. There's nothing really to fight for except for some vision. And we'll see if these backs end up coming out with some treasures for Cupid. Still, the lead continues to mount, and that's a troubling situation to be in for Ole Miss, who had a lot riding on this series, still have a lot riding on the season.
They definitely do. As a reminder, to the best that we could sleuth based on the information we have available, Ole Miss only needs to win one game to fully clinch the playoffs and completely control their own destiny. And again, they have a series tomorrow against Dorado. Should they fall here 2-0 to Cupid, which does seem to be likely, especially with Retro getting caught.
Yeah, I don't think that's the brightest thing to happen for Ole Miss right now. Really tough position to be in for RetroZing. Just really wanted to clear out as much as he could, but gets caught with his hand in the cookie jar, and because of that, the dominoes keep falling. We'll see if Cupid want to actually pull for that Baron, but there is a little bit of a siege starting to be developed by Ole Miss in the mid lane.
Baron getting started, though. I mean, why not? Ariana's bottom does have TP, but this Baron's already getting pretty low.
They're just going to go for the fight. This is what they wanted the whole time. Nice kick from Will to save Array from getting impaled. Hoarder's looking for his Mega Gnar. Ariana comes in the wall. He actually didn't get the dash over the wall, so he's stuck on that side right now. Could flash, but he's not going to. And now Ole Miss are scattered to the wind. Ariana's still going to get traded down. You should have just gone through with it, man. That is a tough one, as he does flash in the end and still dies. Ole Miss lose everything they wanted to try to put up a fight here. But Billy's just chilling, waiting for this team to come back to the Baron, and they could just start this one up.
Yeah, tough situation. Cupid getting a big health bar lead. I'm also team Ariana. Probably needed to flash out of the pit. But regardless, he ends up being the casualty. I think even if he doesn't die, I think the health bar and positioning lead for Cupid would have been too much.
The charm, the quickness. Oh, man. He gets dead anyways. It's going to be a nice trade for them, though, as, man, that was a well-timed charm. I know Breezy's feeling himself right there.
Breezy is having just such a great series. I feel like, especially game one, it wasn't the most visible, all the space that he was creating, but I am really a fan of what he's been able to do on both this Alistar and Rakan. I know a lot of, criticism was levied his way. I mean, shoot, I was a critic after the stint on Conviction, but I feel like Breezy is really playing like that support that a lot of people were expecting him to be at the start of this year, someone that is really establishing himself as possibly the best support here in the NACL.
And rightfully so, playing with a little bit of chip on his shoulder. I think he's been very vocal about that as well, with the swaps coming in last split and everything. It's nice to see some of that redemption coming through for him. A guy, a long-standing member of the Tier 2 scene is, okay. Well, Ariana just got solo bowled by Hoarder. So I guess, again, how the turntables, Hawk.
Yeah. To keep referencing songs about houses, Hoarder burning down the house. Just throws
You
it
got
at
rib
Porter
references,
Ariana
we've
right there
got
on the
house
wall.
references. What else could you ask for from a cast?
Yeah, man. That's what it's all about here in the ACL. As
10,000 gold lead, man. 11,000, I guess now.
That's a lot of money. Hey, Lennon, I'll give you 11,000 gold in a briefcase in cash right now, untaxed.
I think Ole Miss would take that, the deal, whatever it is.
I do think Ole Miss, I think they might need it, to be honest, because without it might be tough.
They are looking just for the end here. About a minute and 15 still on the Baron buff. The Siege minions are going to be there. They have 2 cannons and 2 on the bot side as well. Does look like Ole Miss have scouted that one out and need to take that one down. 3 cannons on the bot side at least. And they're taking every single turret potentially. They're going to look at this final inhib turret and top side. Could get double super minions coming as here comes a Blaze Olive. Still 50 seconds on this Baron, but this might be the longest minute and a half Ole Miss have ever experienced.
Yeah, I mean, Cupid's got so many cannons, they could be the broadside of an ironclad, man. They've got a lot of guns pulling up to these inhibitors. Triple inhibitor death. You'd have to think it's only a matter of time. Still 30 seconds, it's Baron, giving Cupid one more wave to just let all 3 waves push in with the Baron. You can always exit back to the Dragon. Take soul point for themselves as well.
Soul point with a triple Infernal Dragon. If they get one more, it'll be a 4 Infernal Dragon soul. And that damage will get ridiculous. Do like some of the reservation, although, you know, with a 13,000 gold lead, maybe you could say they could end the game, but that's always being able to see the game from a little bit of a different perspective from up here in the casting booth, and it is going to be the long-term success that Cupid are focused on.
And I do think, you know, coming into the season, Lennon, we had conversations as a casting team that expectations for Cupid were pretty high, but we weren't sure how quickly they would find their footing, how they would land as a unit of 5. I don't know about you. I feel like this regular season's answered a lot of questions for me. I think this is definitely a team that looks incredibly well coordinated for it really being their first split together as a 5-man unit.
We're going to try to get on to the back line here with the depth charge, but I don't think that is going to work. Istal's impact brings Retrozing back, and now Mobility will get yet another kill. Will getting chased down. Impale hits the very tip of the stinger. A double kill for Mobility, and he wants more. He's going for the Featherstorm combo. They're just going for the end. Mobility, unkilled in the entire series, is showing up here in split number 2 of NACL. It's Cupid who continue their reign of dominance in Group B.
4-1, the final record. They finish atop their group, and deservedly so. Just incredibly well played the entire season for Cupid. Sure, they hit a stumbling block up against NRG, but I think that, more than anything, is just things to work on for the playoffs, right? Things to think about, because against everybody else, this team truly did look dominant.
It did indeed, and top of Group B, gonna feel pretty good there with the win record that they did have, and a beautiful bounce back from the series last week.
Yeah, I mean, truly, like, and for Ole Miss, you know, this is the team that a lot of questions about their ability to contend at the top of the table, not just be in the middle. I think not too many concerns about their ability to make playoffs. I mean, they've still got one more series tomorrow to win a game and do what they got to do. But, you know, it's a series like this. Obviously, it's difficult with the sub squad, but I think largely Cupid just had a handle on things from start to finish, despite some of the nice early plays that we saw from Ole Miss. And man, that's a lot of damage from this Victor.
Yeah, it's a comfort pick for Blaze Olive. He was giving it over and played it well. They'll find a lot of angles for this sustained fights there for the pick. And I'll still give some huge credit to Ole Miss. I mean, you have 2 extremely important pieces in today's meta in League of Legends that get replaced with new players last second. And I think it showed off a lot of what Will's been developing. And I was sad to see Will not involved here in this second split. But to see that he's able to still have some of those aggressive mechanics and still take that early game in game 2, that was what was so important to me. I do believe that we have our MVP ready to go, and it will be Mobility getting it, which incredible stuff from him. He's been on a glow up of a century, it feels like. First time he's off this Winthrop University roster, comes over to Cupid, and has been such an integral part for this team as a whole.
The first time a player goes to a contender, there's always a lot of eyes on them, and I don't think anyone could say that Mobility is disappointed up to this point in this split. Able to lock down the MVP. You said it, Lennon, deathless on the series. I think we could have taken our pick between either of the bottom laners of Cupid, but I think Mobility definitely deserving, especially for that game one performance where he, to me, really put the team on his back with that Sivir pick. I mean, it was just a really solid series from him from start to finish. Very few, if any, mistakes. Clearly none that were large enough to result in deaths. Always being their first team, controlling the map, doing damage. I mean, what more could you want from an AD carry in a series like this?
And no mages. Didn't have to do it the new way. Did it the old-fashioned way. Just hardcore grit and steel, uphills both ways while it's raining sideways. He was out there for all of us. All right, he was out there for all of us. He had the flag. No, just thought a couple hyper
carrying
carries.
The torch for AD carry mains everywhere.
Yeah, it can still be done, guys. It can still be done. You can still win on normal carries.
Just not Jhin.
Yeah. Hey. Not his fault.
It's the Skarner's fault. You know, I will say we didn't talk too much about music in that second game. He had a really good Skarner game.
Yeah.
I got to give credit where it's due. Like, I think music's just been having a fantastic split across the board. Really good Skarner game.
I feel like in a lot of those cases as well, that the Skarner is just such a good counter pick into a lot of the compositional strengths that Ole Miss were bringing. I think like being able to impale these combos coming through and be able to stop a lot of that forward advance was so powerful, and you saw it come up so many times, and he was able to be in the right place at the right time for the majority of the game.
Yeah, and I think maybe showing us why Lee Sin was not so heavily prioritized in this series. Not slammed down in game one, does get slammed down in game two, but this was clearly something that Cupid was ready to play, was this Skarner into the Lee Sin with the speed with which music answered it. And it really got a lot done for the squad, created a lot of space in the fights. And again, shoe on the other foot, I felt like music was sort of able to play a little bit more disengaged / follow-up engage, whereas Breezy was able to lead the charge in so many scenarios, and it just shows how well these two players have played off of each other.
Very true, and feels good for Cupid. I'm going to get to go ahead and go talk to one of their members. I do believe we have the Blaze Olive with us, as I'm going to bid you adieu for now, Hawk, and welcome ABO. After finishing the split on a high note, 4-1, coming off of that tough series last week, you just handled business today. Is that what was on the whiteboard at the front of the room for this final series?
Honestly, this series was not as much about our opponents because they had subs, so it's kind of like they kind of like just tried their best, and I think they did pretty well considering the circumstances. But it definitely, after our match against NRG, we definitely had like a bit of a reality check because we were doing so well in scrims and in the matches so far. We kind of like thought we were better than we were. So I think today's match especially, we were kind of a little bit trying to make sure that we don't like implode as a team and make sure that we like get back to our like confidence, because I think especially like after not winning every scrim, we finally had like a first bad week of scrim, so it was a bit tough. And the loss makes it worse, but I'm happy with how definitely the second game went, especially.
Yeah, it's been really cool to see you do your thing on Cupid. How with a little bit more experience under your belt, like how do you make sure you keep that mentality right for the entire team and yourself? Like what is that kind of motivation and trying to figure out the problem solutions for those moments?
Yeah, honestly, I've just been through the ringer. I've been on all sorts of teams. I've been in all sorts of team environments as well, so kind of no matter how bad it could get, it doesn't affect me because I've just been in through it before. So I think my team looks to me to really be like a solid rock, consistent, like make sure that even when things aren't going super well, that you know, I'll try to keep up the good vibes, make sure we're still focused and improving. Not to say that things aren't going well, like I mean we're doing really well, but like our first bit of adversity it always feels bigger than it is. So
that's like the breaking moment. I was gonna say breaking point, but that's a whole other thing.
not that extreme. It's just like the
no, of course not.
The first hurdle.
But that is like the true test of the team, right? And starting to like figure out what the bonds look like between them. Well, then I want to talk about prep coming into the week, because obviously you guys came off the loss. What was the big learning lesson from that series, and what were you guys really wanting to prove, or at least in terms of game mechanics, figure out for this week?
I think our problem kind of stems from the fact that we were doing so well, where we would just take every fight no matter what, even if it was bad. And I think that really bit us against NRG, because there were a lot of instances against them in that series where we're just taking bad fights objectively. And after the fact, it's very obvious that there's no reason we should be fighting, but that has been a learning point for us. So that's something we focused on a lot in scrims this week. And I think we were much better on stage in these games. Probably a little bit too much, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, we're going to find that balance and get back into dominating people.
Yeah, that's solidity is important. I do want to give you any chance to give some shout outs. Anybody you want to talk about before I let you go?
Yes, shout outs to my parents, shout outs to my brother, all my fans. Thank you so much for supporting me on this journey. I appreciate you so much. I couldn't do it without you guys. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, appreciate you, man. It's glad to get to talk to you, and congratulations on finishing the season on a high note. We will see you in playoffs, my friend. And that is going to be it from A Blaze Olive. I'm going to go ahead and bring back Hawk and some wise words from a wise mid laner.
Yeah, very wise words. I mean, I think it's a pretty realistic interview, just hearing about how, hey, we got reality checked a little bit, right? So let's lock back in, let's screw our heads on straight. He talked about not taking bad fights. That was like the number one thing that I was like talking up Cupid for, was their restraint and their understanding of like, hey, we actually don't have to fight here. So
yeah,
I would say
even
good
said they
week
went a
of
little
practice.
too far. The knob went a little bit too far to the left. That is it for our first series. We do have another one queued up and ready to go for us today, and it should be a little bit more fun, a little bit different perspective on the standings between these two teams. Conviction, do or die moments here to try to make a run.
Yes, lot of implications for this series, Mazel, as both these teams currently in LCQ position. I don't want to say relegation position. LCQ position. CCG 5th place at the bottom of their group. Conviction 4th place near the bottom of their group. Both teams sitting at 1 and 3. And both these teams basically need to 2-0 today in order to still find themselves outside of relegation position. CCG in much better spots. Tiebreakers get a little weird because we start getting into strength of schedule in victories between Conviction, Maryville, and Ole Miss if Conviction does win 2-1 today. But the main takeaway for everyone is that if Conviction does not 2-0, they're almost certainly going to the LCQ. Almost.
I love that. You got to put the caveat. It's like the asterisks. I do hear that we are ready to go talk to Auto Boost. So Hawk, go ahead and take it away, my friend.
Yeah, let's get Auto Boost on in here, because on the other side of the coin, there's CCG, who's also had a very fun up and down split. Auto Boost, great to be able to hear from you. Obviously, a big storyline for your team, the loss of Dardoch. Aeon now coming in for your side. We got to see the first look of them last week. How do you feel things have been going for the side with your new jungler?
I mean, I think this is the first week that we have been practicing like kinda full time with Aeon. Before that, like everything was kinda like a pre-season period, because since the beginning, I think only week 1 it was like the full team with like Dardoch, right? Only week 1, and after week 1. Like LCS teams started to approach for like Dardoch. It wasn't Dignitas at the beginning, it was another team. And then that didn't end up happening. And after that, it just like, okay, now we keep Dardoch. And the next day after that is like Dignitas, we want Dardoch. And it's like, okay. And now they are doing trials with Dardoch. We have to like fill in some people and just try to fix that situation. And we ended up with Aeon, which I think who also I think he had like a really good performance last week, even if he wasn't playing in his normal setup, because he had to like fly out to an event with a DMB tour or something like that, like a LAN event.
Shout out.
He was playing from there, and now he's in like his normal setup. So this will be like the first week that we actually have Aeon on his like normal situation.
That's good. I know comfort can go a long way, so it's nice to hear that we'll be seeing potentially a full-powered Aeon. And I want to ask a little bit more, dig a little bit deeper about, with this roster change, what do you feel that Aeon brings to your squad that, is different than what Dardoch brought to the table?
I mean, it's a whole different situation because, especially since last split, I had like an insurance with Codison and Dardoch on like late game situations because like they have a lot of experience, right? So they know what to do in like weird scenarios, like how to come back into a game or how to stabilize a game, how to like play setups and stuff like that. Like it was like way easier. But now, like Aeon especially, I need to like talk with him in a lot of situations that he hasn't lived yet, right? He doesn't have that experience. But at the same time, I'm kind of surprised of how good he communicates, because coming from like a rookie jungle, the fact that he's actually like communicating a lot in a stage like last week, he actually like was like probably like 70% of communication. So that's really good from him, right? And I also need like Lesa and Spawn, who are like the older players, to use a step up. Like I need you to fucking speak because like we have a rookie on the jungle. He needs help, right? Also, TD5 is helping a lot in that situation.
Yeah, and tell me a little bit more about what your veterans, Lesa and Spawn, have brought to the table for your squad. These were the two guys that were changed coming into the split, and how have they been able to slot in and not just be veterans for the team in a communication perspective, but also, Lesa, a player that we're less familiar with coming from Latin America. What does he do for your team from that mid lane role?
I mean, Lesa is just like a stable, constant mid laner. Like he has like high highs, and when he doesn't have those high highs, like he's always like look and play mid laner, right? Like I think if we have like any changes on mid lane, like Lesa is just that constant. Like in every meta, I know he is going to perform kindly the same level. I'm not expecting him to use like run it down, so that's already like a really good insurance for me. That okay, I just have to worry about like Aeon running it down, 35 running it down, or like Fiji, Spawn. Like I need to like worry about that. I don't need to worry about Lesa that much. I know where specifically he is running it down, but he's controlled at the moment, right? And then Spawn, like he's just like a really solid laner as well. Like in laning phase and stuff like that, they are both like an insurance to me that they are not actually inting, right? So that's really like good for everyone else.
Awesome. I love to hear it. Autoboost, thank you so much for taking the time. Before I let you go, anything else you wanted to say? Any shout outs for the fans?
Not much. Hopefully we get good games. I don't know how tiebreakers work, like the format and everything. I am not really sure like what is happening. And yeah, we're facing Codison, so best of luck for them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll see. I mean, hey, just win, and hope for the best. Yeah. I'm definitely going to be rooting for you guys at CCG. It's been a pleasure watching you so far this year. I'll let you go prepare with your team for the draft, and we can bring Mazel back on in to start showing you all some of these rosters. We talked a lot about some of these changes for CCG and how things have been, but I mean, it seems that, they understand it's crunch time, but Aeon really slotting in well.
Yeah, I was mind blown to hear that out of this roster that he had like 70% of the communication. That's crazy to me, but honestly, props to Aeon for being able to do something like that and be able to kind of step up in that mold. But I love that Autoboost said, gotta call out my more experienced guys. You gotta step up. You gotta communicate because he needs help. And I hope to see that today with this roster. Still, it's such an interesting position to be in because from the highest of highs in split number 1, where we were thinking like this could be a roster that actually makes a run and tries to contest the top tier at least, and especially like we were seeing from that split 1 performance, and to lose the centerpiece of that in Dardoch, I know it's got to be a big hit to not only the players but also the coaching staff. So glad to hear that Aeon can kind of step back into the mold.
Yeah, man. I mean, they were too good maybe for their own good. Dardoch finally getting that LCS look. I know that made a lot of us very happy.
Double-edged sword.
Yeah, definitely a double-edged sword. But I mean, definitely happy for him. I did love, though, to echo your point, that awareness from a coach of like, hey, no matter how talented your rookie may be, and it's great that Aeon is slotting in, being a big communicator, being a voice on the team, he is still a rookie, right? So everyone's got to chip in and make sure they're doing their part to put this guy in the best position possible. So it's just really good coaching to my mind, and definitely going to be cool to see what CCG can bring to the table and potentially their last, definitely their last game of the regular season.
Yep, I hope so. That would be interesting. That's
it depends on how you classify the LCQ. But
True. But Conviction on the other side, a team that also has had some changes and is looking to try to recoup some of the moment because of some of the lacking moments of the earlier parts of this split so far.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Conviction regular season has struck again here in 2026 summer, but it was worse. I mean, really, this has not been a good split for Conviction so far. Perry now slotting into the jungle. If I'm not... Oh, no, this is going to be the second series. We did see him against Dorado, and they did lose. So this is a Conviction team that has really been just sort of stumbling at the block, Lennon.
I do appreciate that they were able to end up finding that last win over Contingent, but it's something that, you got to make the run for the bottom. Maybe it is LCQ in the end anyways, but it's something to think about as we go forward here for them. But we do have our face-to-face matchup coming up here. It is that bot lane. We do have Cody Sun versus Spawn, and I know Autobus was talking about facing off against Cody Sun.
Yeah, and I mean, Spawn, Autoboost talked about being such a consistent laner, being someone that they can always rely on to be relevant in the game. And I think this is a big part where I was expecting this Cody Sun and Zyko bot lane to really be a killer for Conviction. And I just don't really feel that has been the case so far. I think there's still been some really good moments from Cody. He is still a great team fighter, but I don't know. It just, the slot in has not been as seamless. And I know in the past, I've been critical of Spawn for his ability to really translate advantages at times. So I really want to see Cody have a good series, continue building on that momentum that Conviction has built for themselves over the last week.
Yeah, and it's all about the team fights between these two guys. You can see the shared champ pool as well, a decent amount of shared champs between the two, but it's some of the differing moments of mages, the Hui versus the Casio and things along those lines. I think they're going to have a lot to say here tonight as well, because some prio in the bot lane can do wonderful things for your team in the earlier parts of the game, but it truly is, and we've already seen it today, about what these ADCs can do at 2 to 3 items in the team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. And when Conviction has been at their best, it's been when they can team fight well. And we also want to highlight these supports, because for Zyko and Only 35, these guys are the engines for how to make plays on their teams. And I think there's still questions about how Zyko is able to play alongside Perry to be creating those advantages, because we know how well Only 35 in the past was able to link up with Dardoch, and now he's trying to make the same adjustment with his new jungler.
And he has a huge piece of the control in a lot of ways when talking and wanting to try to have some influence with that connection with the jungle. And I know he's going to have a little bit more weight on his shoulders to be able to bear that burden at least. We can see there a lot more uniqueness, I guess, to the champ pool of Zyko so far. A lot of stock standard kind of comfort there for Only 35. But I do want to see what they're willing to bring out today. It's interesting. I got to talk to Only 35 earlier, and he was telling me in the interview just about the fact that him and Dardoch kind of put together this roster, and especially when they were coming into the year and trying to figure out what pieces they really needed, and especially for this split, trying to figure out what was going to bring them to that LCS promotion tournament. He even told me it's like promotion or bust. And they had a lot of confidence in that. So I'm curious if this is a little bit more of the personal take of it, is like what Only 35 feels like now with losing that kind of guiding light or guiding piece that he was kind of working this roster with, and now trying to do so a little bit more on his own.
Yeah, and it was interesting, you know, I mean, hearing like the veterans get highlighted, I am curious as to what Only 35's role is in the communication structure of this team. Again, with Dardoch being gone, you know, is he also one of those veterans that's expected to step up? I suppose only time will tell. As in the draft, hey, CCG, they got first pick.
Gragas band. Love to see that. Some very differing bans this time around from Conviction, as they do ban away the Scion as well from Fiji. So some serious respect being given over to Fiji so far in this game, as Sniper's playing from Nocturnal Land, I guess, and Nefiri is going to be also that final ban, or one of the bans at least for Conviction. Got the Nocturne ban, which I appreciate, trying to keep the lights on at Snipers. And the Lee Sin comes out first pick for Aeon.
I like it. I still like the Lee Sin. Now let's see if there's a Skarner answer, if Perry has that one in his bag, but it's going to... Oh, Camille went through. So yeah, I think the Camille makes a lot of sense. Expecting Shen to be the answer for CCG that has been the traditional one up to this point.
I like the Talon Hover. It will always be the Jarvan, as Jarvan's very good, and especially Camille. The combination can be extremely fun and strong. Now we're going to get the 2-punch from CCG, what they're going to be wanting to grab for themselves at the end of this first phase of draft.
I think the biggest thing for me, I've not been in love with Jarvan as an answer to Lee Sin. We've seen this matchup a lot, and it just feels like it gives Lee so much agency in the skirmishes around the map, especially when then you also get to pair it with the Shen counterpick into the Camille. It just makes your support jungle significantly stronger if you are CCG, and you get this very safe Ezreal that I'm expecting to be matched by a Ziggs here for Cody, unless they have something else that they would want to go for here. Like, I mean, I don't know, but I really do like what CCG is building. It just feels like a very solid composition to start things off.
And now, yeah, that's something we saw in first series. Not gonna feel too bad.
Yeah, it is really good into the Ezreal, right? Like, it just outwave clears it. It's very, very self-sufficient, but it also does lack some of that follow-up on the big engages that can come through. It's just a bit of a different style of pick. Very team fight oriented, a little bit more willing to get up close and personal and start doing some DPS as opposed to the Ziggs poke. But we'll have to see how this one does land. I do think, at the very least, getting Cody on the traditional marksman is generally a good thing to me. He's such a mechanical player, someone that really likes to just pop off in the team fights. So I think Sivir more ability to do that than the Ziggs.
Yeah, and again, you know, we're riding the high of the Sivir finding win. So I'm here for it. Second phase, though, we got some particular bans as we get the Gnar ban as well from CCG. So there's a more top lane focus there. And the Cassio banned away just in case towards CCG. I will say, though, the Ezreal given over to Spawn's definitely a comfort pick for him. So that's going to feel pretty good. I want to see what the rest of these solo lane matchups is going to be looking like, though.
I'm very curious who on Conviction is going to get that counter pick as well, and who's going to be blinded. I mean, I think some of Sniper's comforts are getting targeted out. He does still have stuff like the Cassante, the Ambessa, but I do feel that Sniper has been actually pretty solid in lane for me this split. I feel like he's not made too many mistakes. Him and Cody Sun have been getting themselves resources, and in the games that they've been winning, it's often been them carrying for me. So I wouldn't hate giving him that counter, especially when there are so many good mid laners available. Orianna is a big one that is like major alarm bells screaming out at me as like, you're playing Camille, Jarvan. Why not just go for the Ori? But also does make your comp potentially a bit one-dimensional with the one-shots to come through. So I could see them going for something maybe like the Cassio.
Yeah, the Cassio ban actually is huge in this moment now that we actually get that kind of taken away and not available for that mid lane matchup, because I think with the Lee Sin, it's super strong as well. You could see something interesting in mid lane potentially with the counter pick levied for Conviction and Insanity. Do you want to see what CCG round out their comp with, though? Their solo lanes need to be answered if that Shen is going to go in the bot lane.
I'm really interested to see what Insanity's cooking. This guy has never been afraid of chefing in the past, but at least so far this summer, it's not really happening. We're going to get the Fiji Swain into the Renekton.
Go.
Okay, hear me out. It's Kog'Maw. You've got the double cage comp, and there's not a lot of dive for CCG, depending on what gets locked in. I'm just saying.
All right. We'll see if it is going to be the lock-in here. Looks like we might end up just getting that shit in the bot lane. It will be the Orianna locked in as well. Could be a good matchup.
I'm telling you, like the 85,000 damage Kog'Maw. If you go Syndra here, I just don't understand the Renekton blind, as opposed to counterpicking top. And any melee champion feels like it's just going to get eaten alive by Swain. So I don't know, Lennon. I'm just going to hold my breath.
See what he's feeling. Yeah, I mean, the lock does get locked in.
I don't know. I just feel like Swain is going to 1v9. Also, Ezreal. Like, how do you kill anyone on CCG? They have Shen. They have Swain to create space. They've got insane skirmishing with the Lee Sin Shen. Yes, Orianna is potentially a target for this lock. Now, there's no way Lace is playing the Ezreal, right? Like, this is definitely just bait.
It's not moving.
Okay, it's bait.
They had like at least another 5 seconds. Yeah, so team comp is set in stone. Conviction have a little bit of an interesting take at the very end. Still some high profile picks here on their side as well, but that's Swain for CCG and Fiji. We've seen it before, and it can just be the fight winner in a lot of these sustained team fight comps.
Yeah, I just think this pick is so strong. It's similar theory to Aatrox, where it's just Aatrox against these short range Sivir and Friends compositions. Replace Aatrox with Swain. He can just drain tank off of everybody, do a lot of AoE damage, really create space too. I think the fights are very difficult for CCG to play when they're not all able to pile in on one member, but you've got some good champions to really walk in front of whoever the target may be. I think the biggest thing that I'm looking for Conviction is in the early game. They've got Renekton Jarvan locked topside with the Camille that's going to be roaming. That's a lot of aggressive champions. It's a very solo queue-esque comp. It's one that can definitely make a lot of plays if they're given the opportunity to do so. So,
yeah,
you know, I do think CCG, their weakness, regardless of whatever names have been on their side this year, has generally been just early game being sometimes a little bit behind the ball. And so we'll see what Conviction can bring to the table.
Well, game number 1 of our second series. And as we do, I would like everybody to bear with me for just a moment, as I just want to take a moment of silence, about a full minute here for Insanity, as he did lose his mom just recently. And I do feel for that. I've been through the same kind of situation, and it is very tough. So let's go ahead and give a moment of silence for Insanity. Just 1 minute, please bear with me. Thank you all so very much. It's very emotional, and I don't want to bring too much to it, but it is deserved for Insanity's mother. So thank you so much for Insanity, for everything you've done for us, and love to see that he's feeling himself on the lock in this game number 1. Though, that being said, looking at the map state here, we are absolutely in opposite side territory for both junglers, and that does mean we could see some finickiness in where they want to put their early resources.
And immediately, I was, expecting more topside focus, trying to shut down the Swain when he's most vulnerable in the early stages, when you can kind of just one-shot him before he's able to really get tanky and start drain tanking everywhere. But Perry going down towards the bottom side. Sniper is really get's bullied. If we're able to look top lane, Sniper's got down his potion.
Oh,
okay.
My God, we're getting blood all over down here at bot lane. It's already a 1-for-1, but it's an ADC versus a support here. And Spawn flashes for the early kill, splashes to try to get the double, and the lethal tempo strikes deep. Spawn comes up with 2 early on in the game.
Apparently, I'm talking about the wrong side lane, Lennon, as Auto Boost talked about lane inconsistency. There it is. Spawn going for the exhaust to try to shut down this Camille. We didn't really see what happened in that fight, but I mean, the end result is a double kill for Ezreal. Can't complain.
Perry already at level 4, looking for some invade territory here. Only 35 did put down a control ward just now, but it will be immediately taken down as Perry will look to put some work into that bottom scuttle. It looks like Aeon Crystal will just move for that reset and come back out onto the map. A really interesting position to be in now with so much resource being given to bot lane.
Yeah, that is 4 summoners blown on both sides. Maybe I should just say it's 8 summoners blown. And it is the Ezreal that comes out with the double, but it was Cody with, I think, a slightly better wave state when it was all said and done. So it's definitely a win for CCG, but it's nothing too crazy. We did see, so far, it's just kind of 3 winning lanes for CCG. Sniper getting hardcore bullied on the top side. Insanity, early game lock. Obviously going to get poked out a little bit by that Orianna. So he was forced to take an early base TP back. Leza able to match while up tempo. And now Perry's going to get called top lane off of his redeploy. But they know that he's not hitting Gromp. So CCG is aware that Jarvan must be making a play somewhere, and they just question mark pinged the top lane.
I'd wonder if they actually do want to just punish this pick
They're
super
diving
early. They're under the turret up there. We can take a look. Okay, well, Sniper is just down. It looks like it went awry, and that is not what you want to see. Oh, he gets the never move. Nice buffer from Perry.
Yeah. Jarvan has the ability to flag and drag out of those roots, but still, if he gets interrupted by that, what do you call it? Like the Death's Hand? Or is that the E? I don't know. The passive, the one where you yoink them. I call it the yoink. That could have been bad, but regardless, I mean, CCG was aware that dive was coming. Really good ward on the Gromp. Allowed Fiji to play with that information and clearly some sort of outplay. We talked about attacking Swain before he gets going. Well, now he's going, Lennon, and this might be a problem.
He got the engine revved up right in time. Yeah, that's a tough place to be because, and we didn't see the context, obviously, what happened under turret, but that is a Swain, and I think trying to dive a Swain at any point is still pretty difficult. With the utility that he does have, he has 2 Darksteel stacks. That's going to feel pretty good. And the lane's probably not going to go great for Sniper any longer. But that does lead us to potentially the next precipice here between the 2 teams. We do have Dragon number 1. It's an early Infernal Dragon, potentially for either side.
Ooh, and it's going to be Glacial Shroud. We saw this. I'm trying to remember what league this was in. We saw Swain rush Frozen Heart really to just kind of be tanky more than anything, and I really like this adaptation. Again, if Conviction, they're just trying to play super aggressive skirmishing, everybody get ahead and hope we can win the game. Just don't die.
Okay, he's not gonna die. Okay, he's fine. The W had already been used. Fiji not able to find it there. They did get his flash, and they can punish Renekton with no flash. Oh, so close.
But, I mean, honestly, I think it's good enough. Sure, it would have been nice to get the kill, but getting Renekton's flash and denying a double-stacked wave, what more could you really want right there? Fiji, he's almost doubled the CS of his opposite number. Still fighting over the crab. That's a level 5 parry. You got to be careful here.
I like some of this map movement from CCG so far. They've really been mobile out, bringing only 35 over, and having this moment to take the scuttle. Unfortunately, Aeon Crystal was on vision and was kind of left by his team. Only 35 comes back, but now they're in a 2v3. Try to get the refuge, but it's going to be the double Cataclysm Dunk City, as that's Insanity that comes up with one and Zyko the other.
Okay, a little bit of an overstay maybe from CCG. To be honest, I was on the same page as them. I thought that fight might have been winning. But it's just Insanity first to the play. Big AoE damage coming through with the dunk. And Zyko able to start up a nice fight for the team and help them convert on a couple of kills, keeping things close.
I appreciate the early fights. Is that something we didn't get as much of in that first series? And so I'm here for it. Blood for the blood god is what they say. Though the fact that we are potentially having a trade of the objectives available on that, I'm not going to say it's going to happen, but the grubs are spawning about 30 seconds. Dragon still hasn't been taken.
And just for everyone back home, the game I was thinking of was Dokla. Lion against Dignitas this previous week. Went for the Frozen Heart on the Swain. Fiji doing something very similar. The theory really is, if your loss condition in the fights is just getting one shot, well, just don't get one shot, 5-head, and you know, you'll be able to fight forever. So gonna just pick up that item to make sure Sniper and Co. can never really get on top of him. He can drain tank, do his thing in the front line. Still going to do a decent amount of damage just by virtue of being a Swain that's ahead of the curve in this game. Largest individual gold lead. And it is a full swap. 5v5 looking ahead for these grubs.
Oh, we're getting a little action early here. Oh my god, only 35 just doesn't exist. He tried to use the shockwave. There wasn't anybody there anymore. As that's unfortunate, and that is more momentum over to Conviction. They're actually going to start at the grubs here, Hawk. This is bold. They're going to bring down Sniper too. I think CCG need to back out of this fight, although Fiji could go to town.
Back.
They're scared. They're a little worried.
They're sending spawn bottom. Like, there's no way CCG can play this. Do they just want one grub?
Insanity's coming in. This is going to be a 5v4. Health bar is not very good for Conviction, though, and he's got the Demonic Ascension rocking for Fiji, but it will falter, and now Conviction moved back over to the grubs. It is 1-for-1 right now. It looks like it's going to be a 2-for-1 in favor of Conviction with the grub take.
CCG really wanted to get one grub, which they do.
Don't do it. No, he's body blocking him. Give him this go. He didn't get it. He's just lost out on a permanent buff.
Unlucky.
I think it's still there.
You hate to see it.
Is it
but
I can't tell.
I don't know. I can't tell either. Regardless, Spawn, hey, he got money bought. 2-for-1 in grubs. And nobody died except for only 35. Oh, it's
still there. And Leza now might get the back end of another trade. Oh my god. Okay. I think we owe a little bit of respect to Insanity. He is kind of cooking on these combos from the lock.
Yeah.
And he's such a Chad, he doesn't even want to go get the Purgatory mark.
I feel like both Zyko and Insanity kind of just mechanically outplaying their opposite numbers, as this is, I think, the previous fight where we're going to see the 3-man cataclysm, or rather 2-man cataclysm come through. It really is just CCG. They didn't have their mid laner, and so much burst comes through. Very well timed from Perry, Insanity, and Zyko all together, who again, I just feel like this mid and support in particular, mechanically outplaying their opposite numbers in these fights.
And now we actually hit that first item spike. The first one is going to be the Sundered Sky for Perry. Nice little unlocking factor for this Jarvan. Dragon is still not taking... God, we're just getting a deja vu of game number 1 from last series, where our first Dragon was taking 17 minutes of the game. I think we're going to get a little bit faster than that, and I think we're right on the edge of potentially getting that fight.
I don't know. This might be the slowest one. I feel like game 1 was right around 10 minutes, right? But this one is going to be 11 minutes by the time this falls. Regardless, hey, it's a fight.
Oh, Shockwave delivery system. They do get the kill there. At least Spawn goes on a killing spree, and Insanity goes way too deep into the enemy lines, goes down to a double kill to Spawn, gets the flash out of Zyko too.
And Perry just gets one shot. That is a good engage from only 35. Definitely a better one than onto the Camille. And Spawn is really cooking with this exhaust. It helped them win the 2v2 early on. That saw him get a double, and this time around he exhausts Insanity when this ultra fed lock goes in, and that's a big fight win for CCG. 1.5k in the lead with the Dragon.
That's gonna feel really good out of seemingly nowhere. Like, it was dead even for the longest time because of all these kills going back and forth, but one overextension and one Ezreal for Spawn having 4 kills early on because of that 2v2 in the bot lane. That's the Ezreal dream, it feels like, as he's going to be hitting some item spikes way faster than average. And we'll see if they can kind of utilize that in any way in these fights, as we have had the lanes reassigned to both sides of the map. You have Insanity in that side lane now as well on the lock. But these team fights are going to be pretty stacked for both sides. I feel like both have serious avenues within a 5v5.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Conviction really wanting to play fast, where CCG going to be favored in the long fights. We did see a swap come through from Conviction. CCG quite far behind on that swap. Fiji missed an entire wave. So Sniper, after being down 20 CS early, he avoided hemorrhaging the lead any further, and then off of this swap, he's able to close the gap by about another 10 CS. So he's not actually down by that much once he picks up these 6 creeps from the wave that's pushing into him right now, only going to be down 11. So really well done to Sniper for not falling further behind Zyko. It's Camille.
Got the hook shot. Oh, but he's being followed, and Aeon Crystal will get a kill. It's
been a pretty good game for Aeon, Lennon, I'll say.
Yeah.
I'm I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Showing off the Lee Sin mechanics so far. Hasn't hit the crazy insects, but hasn't needed to. Is just there to kind of be with the team. And what we were talking about with Auto Boost is that communication from the team. It does feel like we are actually seeing that.
Oh, definitely. And that pick on Zyko means that Insanity has to give top, so Lesa's going to get free time. It's going to be wave denied. So this lock, despite some of the early kills, he's actually down a level on his opposite number.
I still haven't determined if lock is a bait pick yet. Because sometimes it looks really good. Sometimes it doesn't.
You know, even in this game. Even in this game, right? He got like all that big damage down in the Cataclysm at that early skirmish. But then in the Dragon fight, he gets exhausted by Ezreal and does absolutely nothing. Like, it's...
That's in all you ADCs out there. Start taking exhaust, man. It's one of the most annoying summoner spells you can possibly take, especially on picks like Ezreal. As we're going to see a Shockwave Sombrero time here for Leza. And that's going to be Stand United coming in too. Leza goes down though. Insanity finds that kill. He's got a reset already and he's looking for more. And then just like that, it swings the other way, Hawk. He finds another. Pick up the skull, Insanity. Okay, he got it. He's good.
Dude.
He got the...
Oh!
It ends up killing him. I'm sorry. It's fine. He got the permanent buff. He gets sniped from across the map and completes his Lich Bane.
It's like how it's worth dying for a Heartsteel proc. Lock is so back though, baby. Another big double kill for Insanity. This game just feels like it's Lock versus Spawn. And then there's like a weird Fiji side plot where he was really relevant in season 1, but they like got rid of his character for season 2 because the actor was on
Makes the
sabbatical.
occasional cameo.
Yeah.
But it's like pre-recorded stuff from the previous season. It's not even like new stuff.
Let's hope.
I can see that.
Let's hope he comes back for season 3 because I think he's a fan favorite.
I think so too. Oh man, it's so funny because the other funny part about this is like Spawn's getting so fed, and we're seeing
what
these
is Perry
plays from
doing?
Insanity, but they're completely separated from each other. And Perry, gets kicked to the face by Aeon Crystal, and unfortunately, Alco Gaming will lead out to what typically Alco Gaming does in a death, and that's for Perry.
That was a really fascinating idea from Perry. Obviously, they wanted to try to bully Leza in the side lane, but CCG just deployed top to cover him, and the Jarvan was completely up the creek without a paddle.
Shockwave hits. Zyko's right around the corner, though. Oh, no. Only 35. He's under turret. Zyko getting low. A couple extra turret shots there from only 35. Leza is actually putting in some decent damage now on that first item spike. Meanwhile, the entire time, Aeon Crystal was taking the Rift Herald, so they will be able to get that neutral objective right back in their favor.
Oh, and Zyko died. Wait, see, Spawn, did he snipe him in base?
Oh, yeah, he did. Maybe not in base. Looks like it was just there. Dude, Spawn is on 6 kills, and like Spawn, 3 of them have been snipes.
Yeah, he's kind of crazy with it. Like,
I mean, it is a comfort champion for him. It's something we've always really appreciated from Spawn when we've seen him.
This is pretty impressive stuff. Ezreal's already got 2 items. That tier's about to proc. And CCG is actually putting themselves in a really comfortable mid-game position. They've got the Herald. They're up 2,500 gold. Aeon level 11. He's on items. Fiji on items. They can summon up the Herald for this dragon should they so choose. Should be able to get that second one without too much issue. And really, it's only Insanity on the other side that you have to worry about. But this lock, Spawn's got the counter, man. He's got that exhaust. What more could you need?
Yeah, anytime it's up, let's go ahead and pop it. Especially onto Insanity. He is going to hate you. We'll see, though, as Insanity is going to take his back. Maybe looking for a little bit more of a garage sale completion when he does. CCG looking for a side lane turret here to get some more gold in their lead pocket. Dragon is up, and it looks like it's being started up by Aeon.
Perry's only level 10, so this is definitely... I mean, Aeon can just fight him.
Okay. Stand United. It's 2v1 now, and Tom comes in, and CCG just take him out. Perry, some tough decisions being made by him, and now he'll go down 0-3 and lose a second dragon to CCG.
Yeah, Perry's just been consistently a little ahead of his team, trying to find some of these plays. I think maybe would like to see him spend a bit more time connecting instead of going for these creative angles. But Aeon and co have just done a really great job punishing. I mean, he noticed like, hey, wait, this guy's in the pit. He's got no flash. Like, I'm more strong than him on this Lee. I could just hit him, man. Like, let me just fight him.
All you got to do is hit him. Wise words.
Yeah.
And
they saved the Herald.
Yeah, which is pretty impressive. I really hope we get to see a Battle Herald, but that's my personal bias. I'd probably best serve to try to take down mid lane, as that's the last standing outer here for Conviction. Does look like CCG want to move around this area here. They're trying to get some counter vision in onto Conviction's river as well.
I feel like Herald might expire before the next major team fight. Although, as I say that, I mean, these teams have been willing to fight over things like jungle camps up to this point, as this might be the play mid.
Man, Spawn's already doing so much damage. The flash play coming through with the True Shot Barrage on top of it. Insanity decides to flash away as well. That can absolutely be returned to. Now the Rift Herald's just going to charge at the mid lane and get the full damage down too. They're going to be able to take that turret, and that is all the outer turrets taken down now by CCG, ballooning their lead to almost 4,000 gold, and may get a little bit more now here at 19 minutes into the game.
A good walk by Fiji, make it a 5-man play, extend the gold lead. Yeah, Sniper going to get some time on this bottom lane tier 1. Ooh, only 35. He is... Okay, cool. In the shop maybe for a minute.
Was a turret taken? Oh. Sniper got a little scared. He took the outer turret and then saw a couple members hovering around the backside of his jungle, so he decided to TP out of there. Won't have the TP now available if they do need to fight again.
And overall, I think Conviction does a decent job trading back. I think Sniper is going to be pretty happy to get some gold into his own pockets, but CCG, rather, still just continuing to progress the game in their favor by opening up that mid lane tier 1. Also getting 50% of that tier 2, so really going to help them take control over the map, all 3 outers. When you got 2 Drakes to 0, that can really be a win condition, just having that map control and forcing tough fights, especially when you got an Ezreal that fries like that against anyone that tries to walk into his territory.
True Shot Barrage for a little bit of scouting. Zyko misses the hook shot, an instant 3-man shockwave following through as well. They're going to try to get some damage back. Now it's going to be the Demonic Ascension cooking Conviction alive. We said from the beginning this draft for CCG was kind of disgusting if they got the right pieces ahead and in these team fights, and they did. It's going to be Baron for them as well, 20 minutes in.
Yeah, it's just a disjointed team fight from Conviction, but a really nice shockwave combo from the supportive mid laner of CCG. Lesa, only 35, making their presence felt. Spawn 7-0-4 on this Ezreal, and it's an easy Baron take. And I think the more important thing for me, CCG, not only are some of their members ahead, but it's Conviction. It's their dive comp falling behind. The Jarvan, the Crocodile, the Locke, they just don't do as much when they can't dive in and threaten to kill whoever they're getting on top of.
And what is up with our ADCs today, man? What are we feeding these guys? What are they drinking? Is it tap water or what? Because 7-0 for Spawn. We had the unkilled performance from Mobility in the first series. I mean, these are some insane performances from our ADCs today.
Marksmen are so back, Lennon.
We're so
Marksmen
back.
have never been so back.
I may be pushing the agenda, but that's for me to know and for nobody else to find out.
Now, could you make the argument that Cody Sun should have picked the mage, should have gone for the Ziggs this game?
Good question.
I do not feel that this one is on him or anything, but, you know, food for thought.
He's got the allies. Stand United coming in now. Okay, Les is shut down. It's a big shutdown going to Insanity. Was able to use the Purgatory there. Only 35, looking for an angle. Pop shots from Spawn. You got to remember, Spawn is on 2.5, almost 3 items. Only 35 gets stuck on the other side of the wall. Hey, Crystal goes for his own play. There you go. He gets the pick there and gets a little bit of gold back. True Shot Barrage going to go wide this time. The Spawn American Sniper not going to find it just yet.
Pretty big that Aeon gets one back. CCG does trade down in kills, but I think with that trade back, it means they'll still be able to play out this Baron even without their mid laner, especially Lesa having teleport when they do respawn in 5 seconds.
You're getting so much value out of this Baron buff, man. They still have another minute left on this. They're going to siege bot. Spawn's even going to take the turret a couple times as they take a tier 2 turret down there. They have some push in mid lane, but look, there's a bit of a flank play coming through from Conviction. Demonic Ascension's available, and you just can't do it. The Rallies is going to keep you within, and the Never Move is going to hit you if you don't flash. Zyko luckily does have that one still intact. And that will be CCG having TP to the mid lane to cover. That third dragon, though, being taken by them as well.
Yeah, I think this game is just looking impossible. I mean, Conviction knows that the only one they can one-shot consistently is Lesa, which I'm a little bit surprised that the Soriana's not building Seekers, given the game state. I feel like you have enough damage in your composition, but I digress. Lesa will be the target, and it'll be CCG's job to keep him alive and not allow Conviction to get that dive off for free. I think we've seen in most situations it's not been able to come through with the Seraph shield, with the locket from only 35, Stand United, all the defensive utility that can't come down.
And he's even taking the Scuttle Crab, the corrupted Scuttle Crab. And they're actually going to go straight for a play into the enemy jungle here. I actually kind of like this move. They don't even have Aeon Crystal with them, but they're still going to look for it. And now they do.
Now they do. And now, no sniper. So hey, bot lane tier 2. Looking pretty juicy. Not really much of a minion wave to play with. Obviously no Baron anymore, but I mean, there's a Baron spawning in 2.5 minutes and a Soul spawning in 4. So those are definitely a couple situations where I'm imagining that CCG is going to be pretty happy to take a fight.
I would say so. I mean, this is a pretty one-sided affair as the double shockwave does connect. Essence Flux not able to hit. Purgatory gets popped down. Insanity lost a lot of his health, but he'll get the gray health right back. Fiji did TP. Empire will be used, and the turret's the focus right now, and they siege it pretty damn well. It's going to fall pretty quickly. Tier 2 down again. That's all the tier 2s for Conviction out of the game.
Yeah, that was the try right there for Conviction, but CCG, just nice kite back. Thrill the Hunt gets popped. Excuse me, the what's the one where you run fast? I don't know. The Sivir ultimate gets popped, and then everyone runs forward, but Spawn just fires in damage. No one from CCG overextending and allowing themselves to become a target.
The last word is hunt. What could it be?
Is it on the hunt?
It is. Look at you.
I said Rengar ultimate. the other one that involves hunting. As control ward battles?
Dude, decent. You know, the True Shot Barrages, I like them. They're just there to whittle them down, try to find answers, try to figure out where they are. And Cody Sun's going to flash, but I don't even know if he's going to get away. There's the insect we were waiting for. Oh, the Shockwave doesn't hit. It's fine.
Doesn't matter.
Still gets the kill. It doesn't matter. Stand United is going to come through as well. And it just looks like the unstoppable onslaught of Noxus has come knocking as Fiji did pump that Demonic Ascension coming through. They're going to push these waves in, and this is about to be another 26-minute game, Hawk.
Yeah, it might be. I mean, there's no Sivir. There's no wave clear. Okay, but no, they will back away. They will not try to force an N4v5. I think CCG understandably not needing to parry.
A little bit overextended. Oh, we're just all joining the party. Sniper, the next one. Now Zyko goes in the back line. Insanity tries to get the kill there. Gets absolutely obliterated by Fiji on his Swain. And we called it. It's just scary, man. This guy can pick the Swain, and you can't do anything about it. Now CCG gonna play with their food a little bit here as they get some resets. And Zyko is on a magical journey, but not playing the Bard.
I don't really understand why Conviction all took the Hex Gate and forced 4v5.
Ooh.
To be honest. But that is going to be 2 more kills. 9,000 gold lead. Likely a Baron take.
Baron for the finishing touches. They're going to keep only 35 as a buffer here. The doorman to the club that Conviction is not allowed in.
Don't die, only 35.
He has the refuge here. He has Fiji next to him as well.
He's dead.
Did Flash, got the outplay.
Oh, never mind.
Dead, more like fully alive for a little bit longer, and he will end up finding a little bit more of an angle here. He did end up falling, but that is all the bait you needed for the rest of your team to just pop the hell off and move to mid to finish the game.
Mazel, some would say the difference between inting and tanking is the follow-up. And only 35 understands that concept. exceptionally well. CCG turn off the Baron, and they're pushing for the end.
They are. Final turrets falling. Our final series here of the day, and CCG are looking clean. It looks like the veterans have stepped up in communication, and Aeon Crystal was feeling good on the Lee Sin in game number 1. 1-0 up on match point for CCG.
And I'm glad you said that name at the end of the game, because I feel like Spawn is probably going to end up being the MVP of this game just for the Ezreal play, but like, really good Lee Sin from Aeon.
Yeah.
And again, talking about junglers sliding into teams, coordination was pretty on point. CCG, they were together in a lot of their plays. I think still some discussion to be made about like the efficacy of some of the plays and just in terms of how good they were on their own. But by and large, they were plays being made together. And I don't feel that Aeon made any significant mistakes in this game, which is really cool to see out of a rookie jungler stepping into the shoes of Dardoch, of all people.
That's the biggest difference there is the shoes that he was having to fill. And I'm really happy we got that interview with Auto Boost trying to put the focus in, because then we see the fruits of the labor paid off. And a lot of those early combinations with only 35, I think, needed to be there, and they were. And those are the things that get this kind of comp ahead. And you can feel really confident that you were able to pull off a comp like this that requires that little bit extra bar of execution.
Yeah, and I love that you say that too, because it is a little bit of a difficult comp to pull off. And just from start to finish, you know, it was the 2v2 in bot lane. It was the outplay on the tower dive from Fiji that really put CCG out on the front foot. They were able to follow through on it super well. And I think for Conviction, it's just back to the drawing board about how to make some of these plays, because they had ideas. And I think the ideas themselves were okay, but the execution was just not there.
They were indeed. Well, that's it for our first game of the second series, but we are going to step away for a short break, and we'll be back for game number 2.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome everyone back to the NACL presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Hawk, and we got a series, at least for one game so far. We'll have our second game coming up here sooner rather than later. Conviction falling versus this CCG team who showed some gumption in game number 1.
Yeah, we got 28 minutes of a series. We got a CCG masterclass of a series from really everyone across the board. Lesa popping up with the damage, Spawn, Deathless on the American Sniper, Ezreal. You've got Aeon, who was going crazy on the Lee Sin, and then Fiji, who got fed on Swain, and honestly didn't even really have to do anything after that, which feels pretty good as a top laner. And yeah, that tells a story, I think, Lennon, doesn't it?
Yeah, as it goes one way. And for a majority of the game, it goes one way only, and that's usually a pretty good sign for the team that's way it goes, I guess. Is that how you break down a gold graph?
Would generally say that you like a nice consistent slope, yeah, you know.
Okay.
A nice little like X.
Indubitably.
X plus 2 equals Y or whatever. Like that's not it. 2X plus 7.
No. Too big. Too big for my brain. Chill. All right, chill.
My bad.
But it was a very dominant game from CCG. I know we're making light of it. I think their draft was really nice. I was curious about the Lee Sin prio there for Aeon. Ends up working out really well because of the pieces around him as well, and the communication efforts we saw from CCG. Exactly what they were working on to combine with this rookie jungler and make it happen.
Yeah, and Aeon and Only 35 constantly on the same page, making plays together. Think still a few mistakes from CCG. I want to give Conviction some credit for their ability to find windows, find good fights, and mechanically execute in some of those early skirmishes. But I mean, the biggest problem I had for Conviction across the board is it just felt like from a game plan perspective, they were so outclassed by CCG, which is crazy because it is a rookie jungler subbing in for Dardoch, coming in for the CCG team, and what is a must-win series for them.
Well, we shall see how it all pans out. Do we get a third game, or is it another 2-0 series in a row? It will be CCG, though, banning away the Jace already. We have that Nefiri and that Ziggs banned away. Conviction will have the first pick, so that means CCG will have counter pick on blue side.
It's going to be interesting to see what these sides end up going for. Poppy so far immediately sticking out to me as a champion that's still available. Obviously, a lot of the Poppy fodder, like the Lee Sin and the Camille, have already gone away. But wouldn't be surprised to see that one get picked up early. Nocturne, another one that we see a lot of prio on here in the NACL.
Something that was banned away by CCG in that game number 1 as well. There won't be the Orianna, but you can still have those proactive side lane picks that you really want, as Nocturne does get locked in for parry.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense. It's also pretty good into Poppy if that one should come to pass for CCG. And as you say, it's a good side lane enabler, something that after level 6 you can really pick your fights. And for CNV, I feel like they're a team that likes to win through individuals, so something like the Nocturne definitely can facilitate that well.
It is indeed. I just wonder now what it looks like for the actual pieces around these two junglers, because it's very obvious the focus that we're having here in getting these junglers something skirmish oriented that can take the fights and the tempo early. So being able to build around that can be extremely valuable, as we'll end up seeing the Syndra locked in as they were thinking about the Xerath.
Yeah, we're really just seeing power traded back and forth. You know, Wukong, always one of those more premier skirmish junglers. I like this for Aeon too, because it is something that asks to carry itself a little bit more than something like the Nocturne or the Lee Sin. You know, you really can make yourself strong, power farm up early, get to that Trinity Force spike, and then really start taking over the game. You get a Syndra to pair alongside it. Just creates good space, really good damage, and doesn't have the most obvious of counters outside of something like Sylas here for Insanity, which I could see coming out here.
More side lane, more side lane, more side lane. Dude, it's almost like a carbon copy of Series 1. You have like team fight oriented comps, side lane oriented comps. This time game 2, side lane oriented comp. We'll see exactly what they want to finish that one off, but they actually want to go for the Corki before the second phase of bans.
I think the Corki is a really interesting early AD pick here. I mean, to me, this is signaling that Cody and Zyko want to play for 2v2. I don't think there's any other reason you're picking the Corki. Of course, it is also just a safe AD carry. I guess you could still... No shot, bro.
Let's
Did he actually just lock that in?
Let's go! The Singed gets locked in for Fiji.
All right, I'm not going to lie, Lennon. That's pretty based. That's pretty based.
That's pretty based.
I mean, wow. 2 games of Singed on the year so far for Fiji. He's won 1. He's lost 1. This, I mean, it's going to try to do its thing into this Ambessa. Fiji, another pick where he can just really make himself into a menace. Just run amok in the enemy composition and cause problems. Both times he's picked this champion, it's been into the Ambessa. And the last time he played it, it was against Conviction, actually. It was a loss, but it was against Conviction. Fell very far behind early against Sniper. We'll see if he's able to navigate this matchup better than in the previous outing.
I love it, but you have to be able to play in the side lane. And the one thing we talked about is that Conviction are playing for the side lane. So maybe he's unkillable, maybe he's uncatchable, but they are sure going to try.
There's not a lot of lockdown CC for Conviction yet, which is what you need if you're going to deal with the Singed. I mean, Nocturne's not going to be able to put a fear tether on him. Ain't no way. Ambessa's not going to land her ultimate. Corki doesn't have any CC, so this is definitely going to ask some questions here of Conviction, but we still got a couple picks to go. It's bottom lane for CCG. I think something like Zyra Khan could make a lot of sense. I would rather see something like... Actually, I don't really know what I would rather see, Lennon. I can't decide because I don't know if you can get away with Nami here. I think you need something that can deal with Singed.
Yeah. Maybe like a Nautilus or something like that. Maybe even the Leona comes to it. That'd be cool. I don't know if it
Sylas can make a lot of sense.
You know, steal away some of these ults would be very nice. The Sylas does end up coming through for Insanity. This is a Cold Comfort classic for him.
Yeah, great matchup into the Syndra as well. I think this gives you a lot of ability to try to play mid to sides. If you are CNV, that was where they generated some of their advantages early on last game, was through playing around Insanity and his aggressive lock. I think Bard definitely makes sense. This is something that you can use to try to create space for the team very effectively, set up plays, move pieces around, but it is a lot of map movement here for Conviction. You know, a lot of getting around into different side lanes, making plays. And I don't see the obvious targets to attack for CCG. This is very interesting compositions. I feel like the Singed really changing the fabric of what's happening. But the meat and potatoes of it is that Conviction definitely going to be playing for side lane, definitely going to be playing for skirmish. CCG, all about that team fight.
Yet again, we find ourselves here, and CCG are just going to have to hold on to what Conviction want to throw at them in this game number 2. Again, Conviction, they are 1 down in this series after a very tough game number 1 for sure, and wanted to get this game in series to 3 at least. I actually really like the Lovers duo here, talking a little bit more about that and some of the safety that it provides and the mobility that only 35 will be able to have to pair up with Aeon, because that's still what I'm really looking at for CCG.
And just a reminder for everybody back home as far as what's at stake in this game. With Conviction dropping game 1, they are technically still alive. They could turn things around, win the series, maybe avoid LCQ, but the odds are significantly weighted against them now, with the tiebreakers massively favoring both Ole Miss and Maryville University against them. And then for CCG, a 2-0 in this series means that they become the biggest Maryville fans and the biggest NRG fans tomorrow, where if both Winthrop and Contingent lose, they would survive. Oh, Lennon, it's NACL. It's getting down to the wire.
It is indeed. Only a couple days left. And I guess the one more day regular season, last chance qualifier. And, we got an oldie but a goodie skin there. Samsung Galaxy for EG. And really going to keep an eye on this Singed, but also on these junglers. You do like to wait until you get to the level 6 mark for Perry to really have influence, but there is skirmish possible between these two earlier than that.
I always crack up. Ooh. Okay, that's a pretty big early flash summer
flash
trade.
and heal.
Yeah,
that is the barrier and heal out of Cody Sun and Zyko, though.
Spawn has gone exhaust again, by the way. So really
it's
leaning
OP,
in.
I'm telling you. Especially the
support
comp like this.
against dive. Yeah, it's 3 melee diver topside here for Conviction. I think this is good adaptation from Spawn. So yeah, I'm here for it.
We do have the League of Conquer and Electrocute for Conviction. A little bit splitsies. We got that first strike in the mid lane for Leza. And we'll see a little bit of trading early on between Sniper and Fiji. That's probably going to be the most action we get for a majority of it. Don't expect really any all-in to come through. And we will have the same side pathing for both junglers, so a little bit more eyes on the bot lane here.
So last time Fiji played this, it was against Sniper Zambesa, and he was down like 50 CS at 15 minutes, which is not great. There's not much of a but to that. He did lose that game. But he has won with it in the first game that he played. I don't remember exactly who he was against. So we'll see. He's going to do a little proxy shenanigans. They know Perry's down on the bottom side. And I got to say, I love how there's like a marked difference where after 2015, in between the two SKT wins, where Riot just decided that they no longer wanted to make the world skins look like gamers. Because
I think T1 ruined it. I think they just won too much.
Yeah.
Like, how many versions of T1 skins can we make?
Because now, like, the world skins are very, like, beautiful, right?
Good death,
but, like,
good death, good death.
Good death. But, like, for the Samsung White, like, that he's just a guy. Like, he's just a gamer, man.
Just a dude. TPA Assassin Ezreal is just a guy with a foam finger. That's one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Good times.
And the Shen with the like bonk sticks,
like smacking sticks, whatever.
Yeah. I don't know what you call those.
I don't remember what those are called.
Those things.
Now we need something with a Fufuzela.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Very World Cup 2010 core.
True. That being said, no sparks flying, no intimate connection made between the two junglers. It is just a reset and a re-clear, as Perry is probably right to do. Ooh, almost get a solo bolo for Insanity in the mid lane, but he won't find it. That will be the TP back as well, coming from Leza.
Honestly, it's fine for Leza. Like, he preserved Flash, and he's just going to get to base TP, which is probably what his plan was anyway. No single dingle to be found for Insanity. Definitely close.
Single dingle in there.
Single dingle, man. You gotta tap in on single dingle.
All right, yeah, apparently I do. I'm missing out. Blade
Yeah.
Caller is trying to be procced here. The exhaust got used on a Cody Sun. That's what got that trade down so heavily.
That was a misplayed trade from Spawn, winning initially, but the Valkyrie does so much damage, and he gets cosmically binded on top of that Quirky W. Takes a full channel of it, so kind of ends up blowing exhaust to not really find a health bar lead. Does at least get control of the wave.
You do periodic check-ins in this top lane just to make sure we say hello. Make sure they know we're not forgetting them. We are going to get the junglers coming to a little bit of a scuffle here over the Raptors. Only 35 trying to walk away from Zyko, and Spawn has to stop his back now. Only 35 wants to go back, and the flash will come from Zyko. Both bot lanes don't want to give over first blood.
Yeah, I think Zyko was worried about a quick route coming out, potentially getting taken down, so will opt to flash. Still, I think the back getting interrupt is pretty significant. Spawn only 35 are very low, but okay, Zyko's not going to continue the pressure.
It can be a little bit tough in those situations. And we have Dragon. Has been up. He did have a little bit of a later Dragon in game number 1. Still ended up getting there. And with Aeon Crystal and Perry getting a little bit closer to level 6, maybe we won't get those objectives started anytime soon between the two. I say that. And some
You say that. There are at least pings around, but Zyko currently topside. This is a walk from Fiji as well.
They're going to see Perry in the mid lane. He's going to try to get this wave crashed in here.
How close are they to 6? The junglers are probably only like a camp or so off each because they just completed second clears. This Raptor spawn might be a big objective.
The Scuttle Crab is up too. Looks like they will take each
both
piece of the
junglers hit
pie they're
6.
given.
So Aeon's gonna hit it off this, but Perry's got wrapped. So I think oh, Aeon didn't. But regardless, I think no fight to be had.
Little does Perry know. I guess he saw it on the vision bush. But he's not level 6 yet. It's going to be now going over for Aeon Crystal. So let's talk about the map setup now, moving forward for the team, because this is where side lane really comes to bear for Conviction. This is also where Spawn finds an outplay with his side steps in the bot lane. Does need to back away after all of that. But this is where we do want to start seeing Conviction be a bit proactive with their plays.
Yeah, I do agree. They got that level 6 on Perry. That really is your moment to go. Zyko also mostly just been 2v2ing with Cody, which has resulted in a bit of a lead down there bottom, but it does mean this Bard not, at least to this point, getting very active on the map. Once he hits level 6, expecting that activity to increase, and using the relative early power of this Nocturne and of the base force out of spawn, do a Dragon.
There we go. 7.5 minutes. Dragon won't go lonely for long. There's some play development happening by CCG down towards his bot side, but it will just be the re-clear coming out from Aeon Crystal and Dragon. Number 1 gone. It's a Hextech Dragon, so actually not too shabby. And 30 seconds till the grub spawn on the other side.
And always the question is, do teams swap for the grubs? I feel like if CCG was going to do it, they would have based here. So CCG does not seem interested in playing for the grubs. We'll see if Conviction wants to do something similar. Zyko at least going to take his base.
I do like the trying to push him in, make sure he's not getting a free back, and we're already starting to see how Spawn can rip through an entire minion wave very, very quickly, even just with that BF sword completed. We do see the grubs, though, being taken by the very efficient clear of the Nocturne. It should just be all 3 grubs. There's no contest coming out here from CCG.
We'll see. It is a redeploy topside here from Aeon, and only 35, but it might just be too slow. Do they want to go for the fight after spawn? Even taking a walk. This is a lot invested to not get these grubs here for CCG.
Oh, he popped the ulti. He's going speedy. The tether not going to connect, just like you said from draft. And now the Nocturne Paranoia used defensively. He even flashes. Oh, no. To hell in a handbasket for Conviction as Zyko left alone. And Fiji's just going to run him down. That sticky, sticky goo will take a double kill for the big man, Fiji.
Oh, my goodness. And Insanity died on the side. It's 3 kills. Going over to CCG, so I talked about the heavy investment, and boy, do they get paid. Perry tries to give him the slip, but that boy's a singed. He's ghosted up. He's ulted up. No way to lock him down. And then a bad portal from Zyko does not get him to safety.
Oh, he lost a couple. But yes, it's a lot of kills. And all of a sudden, 9 minutes in, 1,000 gold lead for CCG, which... that's not the place you want to be as a composition that wants to be proactive and blind side lane picks, but you always have options to get back into the fights, as the quickness was used by Insanity, having been stolen away against only 35 earlier. And we will still have the same lane assignments because it's so early in the game.
And I think that fight was really a microcosm of what do Conviction do about Singed? Like, how do you stop him from just doing what he wants in these fights?
Actually, with our allies,
No, I know. Like, the last couple of picks, the Bard and the Silas don't really answer that question. And I really think Fiji's going to be a problem with him getting 2 of the 3 kills that did come down.
Gonna be questions for future Conviction on how they deal with that. We'll see if they can come up with an answer, but he's already got rallies completed. He's already on 4 stacks of his Dark Seal. It's like Fiji is in the zone here in game number 2. And I do think that, Paranoia's coming back off cooldown. You'll have some options moving forward for Conviction now. Still about a minute 45 for the next Dragon.
Just taking stock of everything. Cody, yes, he is a little bit ahead of Spawn. I think good 2v2ing from Cody and Zyko so far this game, but Leysa in Insanity's counter matchup is up 20 CS, which, I mean, that's rough for Insanity. Almost had that early solo kill, but other than that, we haven't really looked mid too much. Leysa just very quietly farming extremely well on the Syndra, building up a very nice advantage for himself, keeping himself strong, likely getting close to whatever that first Lost Chapter item is to be. Obviously stopped off for the tier 2 boots on the way.
Yeah, I mean, in that regard, I do want to see CCG play really respectfully. Oh, Fiji will respect the public execution. And Sniper was trying to go for the solo dive there. We'll get the flash out of Fiji, though.
The funny thing about the Singed, I feel like Singed is really obnoxious this game for Conviction, but also, like, I really don't like it as a counterpick to Mbessa. It hasn't... This is the 3rd game in a row where he's down CS at 15. Presumably. We still got some time to go. On this pick, like, Sniper's laning pretty well. Fiji, despite having 2 kills, is down gold.
Yeah, he'll be a menace, but Mbessa's still very strong in the meta right now, and will continue to be the case. The impact is the biggest question, though, in the future parts of the game, and especially with these TPs that will be available eventually when Fiji gets his for his quest, but Sniper with the empowered one, which will feel really nice. Dragon spawning now. You can see some deployments from Conviction on the bot side.
I mean, Conviction definitely going to want to continue playing up tempo, continuing taking good skirmishes. That's a nice chunk for Leysa, though.
God, he does so much damage already.
Yeah. We'll see. I think CCG wants to fight. I mean, I see no reason why not. You have Trinity Force on your Wukong. Yuntal's on your Xayah, but maybe not. I mean, no pressure to do so. Remember, CCG definitely the superior comp in the 5v5.
It's all about buying time, playing respectfully, not falling into the side lane trap that Conviction are already starting to lay. Any overextensions can and will be punished. CCG going to punish mid lane right now. They're going to take some plates for Leysa.
Leysa just having a really nice game laning up 30 CS now, Lennon. I mean, that is pretty significant. CCG, they're really growing their gold lead just off of that CS.
There you go. He wants to get the shutdown. He's a level down. Power Unleashed comes out early, though. It doesn't really do much. Leysa's still the focus. Insanity wants to take him down, but he's getting CC'd, and the flip back from Fiji, saving his mid laner for the time being. Although he will still fall. Both mid laners down. Shutdown went over. And now Sniper has kicked into the fight and is looking for more. Double kill coming through for him. And Fiji taken down by Cody's son. It's a masterful fight from Sniper and for Conviction to right the wrongs of the early game.
It's a real messy play, back and forth, both sides losing members, but ultimately it does become a 3-for-2 in favor of Conviction. Spawn critically not present in that fight, giving CNV the extra numbers advantage that they needed.
And that's how you deal with the Singed. Bait him into a fight, surround him, corral him, and take him down with Cody's son, I guess. The Trinity Force was doing some serious work there with that item completion. And we'll see how Conviction do to continue up on this one, as the exhaust came through, but he wasn't slowed down enough to get into the grand entrance. Leysa. I think he might be gone. Yep, he is dead. Sniper just chases him down, and damn, that Mbessa does damage.
That's a big find from Sniper. This Mbessa really starting to become a problem. 3-0-1, farming very well.
Lane assignments here.
Here we go.
Insanity now has the Insanity Potion. He will look for that one in the future. And I do wonder now where all of these strong lines in the sand are going to be drawn for CCG, because they really, really need to put a little bit of a slowdown on this one. But the problem is they've already given up those couple dragons.
Yeah, and off the back of that previous place, the 2,000 gold swing went from 1.5k in favor of CCG to now 500 to CNV, off of the back of Sniper getting that solo kill and getting himself first brick. So Sambessa continuing to get stronger. Fight, though, around the Herald.
That's going to be the TP as Fiji completed his quest. He's going to be super speed
Sniper's not
as he
here.
goes through, gets the flip back. Zygo can't get to his magical journey. He's going to flash for it. As Insanity still holding the Insanity Potion. He wants to get that extra ability power, the movement speed, the Rift Herald being taken by CCG. Cody Sun going through. Temper Fate goes wide. Paranoia into the back line. Paranoia finds its target but doesn't find its mark. It's going to be the public execution coming into the fight, but he misses it. Sniper doesn't join the team, and 5 strong for CCG.
Wow, such a weird fight again. I have no idea how Zyko lived the initial engage. CCG, they take the Herald and somehow get out with it only being Harry traded 1 for nothing. And just like that, CCG right back into the front foot. Really great job to consolidate around Leysa and not let their mid laner go down.
The fact that Sniper didn't get into that 4-man clump right there, that might haunt him for the rest of the day at least. Because that was about to be real juicy for a almost 2-item Ambessa.
Would spawn. Yeah, the Featherstorm probably would have been fine, but definitely a bit of a nervy sidestep right there. Dragon in a minute though, so we're not out of the woods yet, Lennon. If you're a CCG fan, Conviction definitely still having the ability to keep their foot on the gas pedal. Look at all those red wars that they've got on the bottom side, going to make it really easy for them to fight a fight. We'll see if CCG is able to retake any of the space, but they're not seemingly in much of a hurry to do so.
There's so much vision control right now for Conviction on that bottom side. Some of the leads have really evened out here between them. They are separated by different positions, obviously, but both teams sitting at about even keel for everything coming into this next fight. Next thing I want to look at is some resources. Some key flashes are down for Conviction, so they need to be a little bit more careful on how they enter. And CCG, they're just going to kind of brute force their way in.
CCG's got everything coming
They
out.
got a paranoia. They have to save Zyko. Zyko, is he going to be saved? He is not. So CCG a little bit overextended now. Sniper has come in. He has that shield to flank. There's the public execution that actually connects this time, and the Scout of the Week will not save him today. Only 35 tries to find his own exit. Quickness at the ready for Insanity, as Only 35 finds himself on the other side. Fiji's going to try to run somebody down. I don't know if they can get back over to Only 35. They should move. Kind of the week goes a little bit wide now, though, and Only 35. He is in no man's land right now, looking for the long way around.
Still, health bars a little chunked for Conviction. Zyko is back. Aeon's still down for 10. I think this dragon's going over.
They went on to Corki. Cody Sun is out, barely Valkyrie away. Had to burn barrier and flash. Dragon now half health as Conviction trying to finish this one off. Only 35 does end up going for the back. The Dragon goes over, but the fight kicked off. Only 35 had to stick around. That's with a huge Scout of the Week, but Insanity still connects. They're still looking for the back line. Insanity's down. Fiji is starting to cook them up here. Good. That poison is hitting the veins. There's another paranoia, but another defensive one. How many have we seen? Sniper is going to make it out for a moment, but gets shut down by Fiji's deep poison. And another turnaround fight for CCG now of almost 2,000 gold, even though Conviction are on sole point.
Dog, these fights are outrageous. Oh my gosh. CCG, I think, is very lucky that they got out of that with what is an extremely extended 3-for-1, but they do lose the Dragon. I mean, I feel like it was just such sunk cost fallacy. They lost their jungler and they were still throwing everything in the sink to fight for this Dragon like it was Soul. It's only Soul point. Regardless, they do still manage to come out ahead of the play. They grow their gold lead ever so slightly, but a lot of flashes are gone. Leysa spawn, Only 35, Aeon, all investing that summoner spell in the previous play. Conviction not doing the same.
But that's something where if they are able to hold on, that's actually more valuable for that next fight potentially as well, as they are doing so on rotation could mean that leads out to the denial. As Zyko will get caught again. Third death for him, unfortunate. As CCG. Okay, they're not going to go with the crazy play. They are just going to back off for now.
Which is very much correct. Don't think they're in any rush to really push the tempo of this game. Just consolidate control, play on waves. I think they would like to start opening up this map a little bit. A lot of standing gold really for both teams to maybe try and secure if they can.
We got 2 item spikes coming through. Hawk, does that change our purview of these fights at all for either side?
No, I mean, I think both teams are going to be scaling pretty well with items this game. I do think this Corki going to get that Merman transportation on the next spell cast. That is pretty relevant. Just as far as relative power is concerned, that one definitely is a spike that can be felt. 2 item Zaya. I think you're still waiting a little bit longer for Spawn to really come online, but I mean, you've got this Singe, you got this Wukong, you got this Syndra very much starting to hit points of power.
Trying to get closer and closer to her passive as well for Syndra. It's a nice little boost. It's both teams. There's no objectives except Baron, but we are just hovering around mid, looking for anybody that overextends or makes a false play here. There is a wave that CCG are going to need to answer to in the top side of the map, and potentially a push coming through. You see Fiji was already moving over because he does not have that TP available just yet, just in case he needs to be here to answer.
Things are just going to slow down. I would not be surprised if the next fight is around this Soul, which obviously does put CCG in a little bit of a do-or-die position. Because again, while their composition is solid in the 5v5, we should not discount what Conviction does have on the table. I'm really looking at Sniper's Ambessa. Been so good in a lot of these fights, really scales well into the game. Again, this Corki has been pumping out DPS, and for CCG, it's more difficult to quantify the scaling of something like the Singed in many ways.
Sniper's got a little bit of a garage sale of weaponry, at least for himself, coming into these next fights. Gotta say, it's about a 3K individual lead for Leza, which when we were coming into it, talking auto boost, you know, he was somebody specifically called out by name as a veteran that needs to step up on the team, on the Syndra so far, and even in game number 1, I feel like we've been able to see those kinds of performances.
Yeah, Leza was quite the damage leader last game, which, you know, watching the game, I was not really expecting Lennon, actually. But hang on, there's going to be a play bottom.
Paranoia popped. Insanity was on a bit of threat, but again, that's like the 3rd Paranoia in a row defensively for Perry, which I understand you need to use it. Double quickness, only 35 going under turret, stop backs. Out of the week gets used there as well. Fiji was pushing into the blue buff over there, but they're just here to take the turret, get a little bit of that standing gold, and continue to bolster this lead for CCG.
That's quite an investment, but I don't hate it. It does delay the bases from Conviction. It won't allow them to really redeploy back into this river as 5. They're going to have to fight it out from the health bars that they currently have. CCG, they take a quick base, back out, full control. I think this fight looks really difficult to approach for Conviction, so they're going to give.
And just a little bit of harping on the CCG situation, right? Like, they are bottom of the barrel for Group B right now. They had lost 3 series in a row after winning their first series of the split. But to end on these kinds of high notes would be so nice with all the changes that have come to this team. And I know they're really motivated to finish strong here, as Perry will be fine for now. Public Execution goes a bit wide, but Sniper's still able to find access. Zyko missing the Tempered Fate, so now CCG, all they need to do is pull away, but it looks like they want to actually continue to fight a bit. Gotta remember, Leza does so much damn damage. There's the Insanity Potion pop. TP coming in, Paranoia used again, defensively, again. And we'll see now CNV try to get away from this fight potentially as CCG. We're thinking about continuing. Fiji, all of a sudden, an all-star engager for CCG.
But everyone will get away. But still, it's CCG controlling space. Very nicely. Oh, Leza, no.
Oh, they caught him out. The veteran, they're going to try to get the team comp coming back over here. Leza flashes. He's away for now.
No way.
Execution comes through.
No way.
He's alive. Sniper's going to flash on him. Make sure that's not the case, but that means he's overextended now, too. It is all the global taunt that Leza just put onto CNV, and they get punished for it.
I have never seen a Syndra be that caught out and live for that long. It's not the end of the world for Conviction, to be honest. They get the kill, and Perry is just melting this tower. So it's a lot given to make this play. CCG doesn't really get anything back other than the kill trade. Oh, but they're going to make a deep play.
They're going to try to. TP coming in from Fiji. He is a threat now. Only 35, can't give over his life. Zyko will, though. A couple more autos coming through from Spawn. He's just chasing him down. And Zayon Crystal, who takes him down with a swing of the stick. Fiji going to go for the top lane turret now, too.
Yeah, but Perry just stayed mid, so that's a tier 2 going over. Again, it's definitely an outplay from CCG, but I think Conviction is very okay with how this sequence went across the board. I didn't exactly see who got the kill on Leysa and whether or not it was a shutdown. I don't believe it was, considering Leysa has died twice before this play already. And instead, we're just going to go back to playing 3,000 gold lead. I feel like I'm going to be a broken record here, Lennon, but it's like the first game of today where 3,000 gold lead at this point in the game. It's something, but it's not everything.
And especially with the constant ask every 5 minutes of, is Conviction going to get an Infernal Soul?
Yeah, the game state definitely very playable here if you are Conviction. So let's see if they can convert onto it. I think the biggest problem is that spawn basing right now. Yep, that's third item. Infinity Edge completed. So Xayah fully online. Corki, I think his moment to be stronger than the Xayah has generally passed.
Still about 1,000 gold lead individually for Cody Sun. And does have his own 3-item spike, but one of those being the Collector. And I think we're setting up for another ADC battle in the late game here between the two. We'll see if this Corki actually is the value that Conviction we're giving it.
So to me, what's really important is that Leysa currently does not have Seekers. It's broken in his inventory. And no Flash. I think Flash should be back around when the dragon spawns for that fight, but he has been the target this entire series and has done a pretty damn good job of avoiding the engages, but still going to need to be on point until some of that defensive utility can come back.
Actually stopped the back of Zyko. Zyko getting caught. Well, the magical turn to the taunt. The charm comes through and just ahead of the dragon or the Baron. It's your support down with Tempered Fate up. That's going to be tough. And Baron started by CCG.
Sniper's going to teleport. Conviction knows this is their chance. I think Baron's gone.
That's already gone. Insanity was thinking about it. He's not going to get much. Public Execution goes wide too. Paranoia pop, and he's not going to take it. It was just to try to get some vision control over the fight. Baron secured for CCG.
And they only use the quickness and the Insanity Potion. It's 3 ultis invested from Conviction. So CCG, they're going to be able to reset and get back out to this dragon in 35 seconds. And I got to say, Lennon, that is a bad death from Zyko. He has been caught so consistently in this series. And I mean, you just can't die like that in the Raptor pit in a game state that is this tense.
Because now for 2.5 minutes, they'll have Baron buff. That means they have to freely give over this next dragon as well and buy more time for CCG's comp to continue to get online. Fiji's on 10 stacks of the Dark Seal now, and nobody can anywhere near touch this guy anywhere. And it just feels like now this draft is really coming to bear for CCG.
Just superior team fighting, superior team coordination. Really put them in a good spot. The soul yet again going to be denied. We'll see how they can continue to open up the map, pick up more of the standing gold, really expand that lead that they have for themselves. As so far the Baron power play is nice, but it's nothing insane.
Not like Insanity?
not like Insanity. Who, I mean, just, you know, Lennon, like, we're talking about these Conviction players, a pedigree on their side, Insanity on this. Silas gets the counter pick, goes down heavily to Leysa early, and just has not really had much impact on this game. There is a bit of a bush bait with Insanity, but from this far behind, I think it's going to be really difficult for the Silas. And look at Leysa, flash back up, Zonya's back.
He is going to be fine. Cosmic Binding doesn't go. Paranoia was unleashed. They're going to go through. The Blade Caller stops everyone from following up onto Parry, and the Scout of the Week just puts the nail in the coffin. Lock was played last game, but those nails, they are hurting even in game number 2. BG's just running around. He's picking flowers. He's just picking up bodies, and that's a triple kill coming through for Spawn.
And CCG
Look at that.
Esports.
Look at only 35, baby. Yeah.
He knows. He's walking away. He knows he's popping off. CCG, they become the biggest fans of Maryville University, the biggest fans of NRG. And welcome to the playoffs, Ole Miss and MU, as Conviction is going to the LCQ.
Wow, CCG from the bottom of nothing from 3 losses in a row does not matter. Hype is real. And they finish the season strong. A 2-0 over Conviction.
I love to see that pop off. That is what it's all about. As wow, only 35 in all of CCG. I mean, they deserve that pop off absolutely. And all the dominoes falling for playoffs right now. CCG, they're not out of the woods yet, but Ole Miss, Maryville, they are, and Conviction, they're going to LCQ.
They are indeed, and that's going to be a tough pill to swallow for Conviction themselves, but it is still a matter of fact that CCG just made things fun and interesting for Group B.
I mean, they really did, because also, like, I think Dorado is even still sweating because of how things could go with Contingent and Winthrop. So that whole playoff picture is still completely up in the air. But the big thing is that at least for CCG, they are huge fans of MU and NRG. If both those teams win, they make playoffs. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. They have the head-to-head. Look at those damage numbers.
Oh,
Lesa,
Perry, man.
Yeah. Lesa, the ability to do that much damage, do that much when he had such a target on his back is impressive. And I mean, I'm just going to say this was not a good series for Perry. It really, some of these engages were just so disjointed from the rest of the team. And just two sides of the jungle substitution coin, it feels like we got, not just in this series, but over the course of the day. Yeah. 3 junglers that did not start the split with their teams were playing today. And Aeon just really got the better of his opposite number.
Yeah, which is awesome to see for a guy who had a lot of weight on his shoulders coming in, filling for one of the best junglers we had in Tier 2 before he got promoted to Tier 1. And I think as a whole, you know, the compositions spoke for themselves for CCG, and they were piloted expertly. The macro play in game number 1 and 2 were awesome to see for a team that has struggled against some of the better competition we have in the league.
Yeah, and it's so cool to see CCG. There were so many questions about what they would look like without Dardoch. I mean, in many ways, we probably weren't giving the team enough credit for how good their other 4 members are on their own, just as individuals, because Dardoch was such a field general for this team. And who gives a damn, man, if you don't have Dardoch? Aeon coming in, Auto Boost saying, hey, they're like 70% of our comms. They just 2-0'd the reigning champs, more or less, and they took a game off of Maryville last week. This is insanely impressive stuff. And I got to call back to what Autoboost said in the interview of, you know, Aeon last week, they weren't on their real setup. You know, this week, they're going to be comfortable. They're going to be unleashed.
And they were. And that is going to do it for this one. So we got to start giving some accolades. Let's look at the MVP here for this series. And I'm going to be a little biased because it's double ADC MVP day, and both of them unkilled in their series. I cannot even recall if that's ever happened in any day of casting that I've ever had. Yeah. ADCs popping off. It's hilarious that they both play the exact same champions, and we see 2 unkilled KDAs over 2 best of 3s.
And again, I really want to give a huge honorable mention shout out to Aeon. Like, genuinely fantastic series from the rookie jungler of CCG. Like you should be very, very proud for how you played, but Spawn was just frying. I mean, shoot, they were both our face-to-faces from Phillips, and now there are MVPs. I mean, Easy. It was just an ADC day. Spawn, massive performance from him across the board. I mean, this guy, you know, he's had his ups and his downs over the course of his career, but this is the kind of series that lets you know, like he's always still got it, man.
He does indeed. I hear we are ready for our interview, so I'm going to go ahead and bring it over to Only 35. We'll see you in just a little bit, Hawk. But Only 35 come to join us after a victorious end to the split, man. I saw you pumping your chest. I saw you putting the logo in the camera. What's up with that? What's up with the hype? Let's go, baby. What are you feeling?
I'm feeling kind of sad because like we shouldn't be in this spot as regular season, but after the Dardoch leaves for Dignitas, and yeah, there was some upside downs last series as well. Like MU, I think we could have like easily pulled 2-0 on that too, but it was our jungle's land day. Like he had like 3 hours sleep, and like he was playing on his AD carry setup, so it was like, imagine it's your debut, and you're playing different setup with 3 hours, and this is the real Aeon Crystal.
Let's go. I love to see it. I know we talked at the beginning of the split, man, and you had high expectations for yourselves this split, and it was because you felt like you had built something that you could be proud of with Dardoch coming into a season to push for that LCS spot. So give me a little bit of a check-in here with yourself on what that's feeling like. It's been a long way since then, but you guys are still obviously in contention and trying to fight for that moment. Is it still that same goal?
I mean, of course, like, because there's no, what's the name, big titan in NACL. I feel like any team can win the league any day. Like it can be Cupid, NRG, like OME, like any team is strong these days. Like there's no titan. Like you can see even Dorado, they are also popping up, and like for us, we still aim to win everything. Like even when we were finishing Nexus, I was screaming like we can win this league, guys. Like, you know, just keep it up.
I love to hear that, man. The positivity is an incredible power here. So tell me, what was it like? I know Auto Boost was talking about, I need the vets to step up and to be able to communicate with Aeon and be able to help this guy who's a rookie. I feel like we saw that on the Rift today. So tell me your side of things in that situation and how you guys made sure that Aeon felt comfortable to have performances like this.
I mean, with Dardoch, it was like 95% Dardoch token in early game, but now it's like 35. Wait, it's not a good math, but it's whatever.
It's fine. It's fine.
So it's like now we have like making mix comms with me, jungle, and me. Yeah, like. So it's some mixed comms, so everyone has their own moments in the game, and we are just trying to find the angles, whoever sees it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Is there anything that you guys are looking forward, or at least feel like you learned from this series to move forward? I mean, obviously it's the last series for you guys before you guys go forward, but is there some learning lessons that you feel like you can take forward?
I mean, I think not me, but maybe anime AD carry, my ex-partner Kodusan learned that he should have chosen me, but you know, it's fine. It's still a bit heartbreaking because yeah, but it's fine because I was expecting that like maybe we will go different team together because I was also LFT, but like we were in the off season, we were talking in a group chat like who we should get as a mid laner. It was like Shochi, Leza, and yeah, one day I woke up to Kozu-san said, guys, I signed with a different team, sorry. And yeah, it was like, I don't have love life, I don't have friendship life, I don't have even teammate life, like, I'm a chud.
No, you're not only 35. You are loved, my friend. But hey, the beautiful thing about it, everything comes first full circle, don't it? Yeah. As you guys take them down and make everything much harder for them to make it to playoffs too.
Also, can I say one last thing? I think like last split, even though Spawn had like bad results, like as soon as like Kodu-san spot was empty, like I was like, oh my god, we need to sign this guy. Like after one tryout, I was like, bro, we need to sign this guy immediately at night. I don't want to play anyone else because I do believe that he's really smart, he's really kind, and I'm really happy to be with him. It's kind of like lovely, dude. I will cry, man.
Yeah, no.
He's always had a great mentality in the scene, and especially the way he carries himself. But I want to give you one last little bit here. You're talking about anything you want to talk about, or anybody you want to shout out here? Only 35.
As the closer said, you could have chosen the crowd, but you choose the wrong way.
Good words to end on, my man. All right, thank you so much for the interview. We'll see you soon, I hope. I'm going to go ahead and bring back in Hawk, and great words and a little bit of fun towards the end. Only 35, letting the feelings flow here.
Yeah, man. Only 35 gives great interviews. I think we might have gotten one of the interview moments of the year right there. No, but oh my gosh, man. Also, someone make one of those like Valentine's cards of only 35 and Spawn, where it's like, dude, like I don't know, that kind of gave me like chills.
Only 35, the man with words, with a way with words at least. But let's go ahead and talk a little bit about today's results. Didn't go the way I wanted it to, maybe. I wanted maybe an extra game here or there, a little sprinkling. But we did get 2-2-0s, 2 undefeated ADCs, and 2-0 for Cupid, 2-0 for CCG.
Yeah, and I mean, not really much to say about these 2-0s. I think Cupid and CCG were both clearly the better teams today. Massive props for them. I think for CCG in particular, this was an incredibly important series. And they absolutely showed up when it mattered. And it's a shame they don't completely control their destiny. But, I mean, you know, again, no one gets eliminated until Friday, right? So they, even if NRG or Maryville does drop to the opposition, they have the opportunity to still win that series against either Winthrop or Contingent, should it end up being one of the two. But, or even Dorado. It could technically be Dorado. So, a lot of opportunities for CCG to continue building on this performance is really the main takeaway for me, because this is, to my eyes, not a team I want to see going to the relegation tournament.
Yeah, I agree. And I would feel bad for tier 3 teams that have to go against a team like that. But
Same.
In the end, final thoughts or at all on these results? Any feelings you came away with?
I'm just excited for playoffs because I feel like these best of threes have been such a tease. Just with only getting cross-group games, we've not been able to see so many of the teams in this league play against each other in this regular season. So we have an idea of how strong teams are, but there's not a lot of like cross-play. You know what I mean? It's two very isolated pools. So I just give me best of fives, give me playoffs. Let me really see what these teams are made of. Because if I've learned anything about the NACL, it's our regular season's fun, but the bread is buttered in the playoffs. That's where men become boys become men. You know.
Yeah. I like the bread is buttered, but that being said, though, if we do have the ready, we could go and take a look at the standings here. But I'm very curious at what happens in terms of the placings and the standings, at least coming forward, because while some things are decided for Group B, I feel like it's still such an interesting position to be in for tomorrow being the last day of the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, there are 4 teams that we could see in the LCQ, and the only scenario that's not possible is we can't see both Dorado and CCG in the playoffs. One of them would have to be in the LCQ at least. But I mean, other than that, there is so much up in the air, and every game is going to matter so much. Every team is in a win and in position for their games tomorrow for the side of Group B, and it's really just up to Group A to play spoilers, which just is, it's so compelling, Lennon. I mean, is there even anything else to say? It's crazy.
And it's, if we're speaking about tomorrow, if we do have that ready to go, it is going to be a pretty long day for the final day of the regular season. 3 best of 3s, LPL style. Maryville University taking on Winthrop, the Collegiate Showdown. We got Old Miss taking on Dorado Gaming, NRG taking on Contingent.
And it's going to be great. For Dorado, their playoff stakes, if either NRG or MU wins, they go. Or if they win their series, Winthrop didn't win and in. It all comes down to this. Contingent a little bit on the back foot as far as making the tournament, one, because they have to play NRG, but also because they are a little bit lower in the standings just in terms of game score. So maybe in a bit of a precarious situation when it comes to the LCQ. But again, once you go to the LCQ, one of those teams will be able to get out. So yeah, it's going to be a great 5 best of 3s that we have to end this week here in the NACL.
Yeah, LCQ is going to be really fun in the end. Well, Hawk, that is coming to the end of our day, and I know you were saying this is your final scheduled cast, at least as of right now. So I want to give you the stage. Anything you want to say, the lessons learned from NACL this year as a whole, or anything you want to say moving forward for the tournament?
I mean, all I want to say, always an absolute pleasure being a part of the NACL. I mean, no matter how much things change, casting with you guys is always such a pleasure. Covering these players is the biggest pleasure of them all. It's something we've all been doing for a long time. And if this is my last time on the mic here at Tier 2 for this year, well, I'll be seeing you guys in the promotion tournament one way or another. So best of luck. It's been an absolute pleasure.
It has been. Thank you so much for all the storytelling. And thank you all for joining us for this wonderful day, the last week of the regular season and the most important time of the year for NACL. Huge shout out to Phillips Norelco OneBlade for presenting the NACL. Huge shout out to everyone tuning in and showing love to the community. Come back tomorrow for a slate of 3 best of 3s. It couldn't get any better. We'll see you there, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.
The NACL is presented by Phillips Norelco OneBlade.